Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, fuck everybody, just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. You always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 me if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and the show started off crazy. Of course, I can't control StreamYard and what the fuck they're doing every day, but the whole beginning was all fucked up. So disregard, and if you watched the beginning and you saw how crazy it was, then I apologize, and I'm sorry for wasting your time and your life with the stupid opening that StreamYard can't get their shit together, because every day it's always some bullshit with them, but they want to charge you $50 a month and not do anything to fix the situation. It's just been going on for way too long, and I'm getting super fed up with StreamYard. But with that said, good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. What a way to start off your week. Bullshit. You know, it is what it is, and we just take what we got. It's just something else that we just can't have. We don't have control over, and that's the internet and these companies that run the net, and also who controls pretty much the show. StreamYard. I run my show through StreamYard, and I pay the monthly on that. That's about $45 a month. It's just, I want to start off the week right, and so far it's starting off like the left. But anyhow, I got some news for us to go over. It's early morning, so good morning to everyone out there, or afternoon, or good night, wherever you are located in the world. But it's an interesting day. We're gonna go over through some news here, setting it up as we speak. Let's go ahead and check out. I have to set all this up, so bear with me while I get this going here. Here we go. This is the one I want to watch. Let's go ahead and bring it up. Let's go ahead and set it up. Set it up. All right, let's go ahead and put the volume up, and let's listen.
Begin with Madeline Rivera in Washington with the tribute for Charlie Kirk in our nation's capital last night. Maddie.
Good morning, Carly and Todd. Charlie Kirk supporters gathered at the Kennedy Center to honor his memory. This was a public vigil, and thousands of people attended. There were several Republican members of Congress and Trump administration officials. Some of them included White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, DNI Tulsi Gabbard, HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr., and House Speaker Mike Johnson. They say the best way to pay tribute to Kirk is by continuing the work he started.
Charlie fundamentally believed in the potential and the promise of so many in this room, young, patriotic Americans.
We can all think of something extraordinary that his love of family, his love of God.
His impact here and around the world is profound. And it is a beautiful thing to see.
It's as if a dark shadow was cast over our country, and certainly here, even on Capitol Hill. In spite of that, we remember that our dear friend Charlie would never want us to be overcome by despair.
A memorial service for Kirk is set for September 21st at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. President Trump says he does plan on attending. Carly and Todd.
Okay, Madeline Rivera live for us in Washington. Maddie, thank you. Let's bring in Arizona State Senator Jake Hoffman, who was a close friend of Charlie's and organized as well as emceed the vigil held at the Kennedy Center last night. State Senator, thank you so much for being here. Tell us what it was like to be in that room.
Well, listen, it was an incredible evening. It was a God-filled evening. And I think that's the single most powerful takeaway from last night, is that every single speaker that got up talked about Charlie's love for Jesus. You know, Charlie had a firm commitment to the fact that if you love Jesus and if you follow Jesus, he will rescue you. And that was evidenced in the impact that we all saw. Because what we see last night and all across the country as these memorials break out organically is that his reach and impact went so much further than just college campuses. He reminded the highest echelons of American government and world leadership that faith plus courage plus truth is the only solution to saving not only America, but Western civilization. It was a beautiful night, and we were so grateful for the thousands of people that showed up to celebrate Charlie's life.
Did you sense a resoluteness in that room to carry on Charlie's mission?
I did. You know, actually, at one point during the evening, I had the opportunity to ask. I said, if you're in this room and you're under the age of 35 and Charlie impacted your life, you know, make some noise. And it was incredible. It was thunderous. They brought down the house. And it really goes to show, I mean, look, these are young people that came in. They work on Capitol Hill. They live in Virginia and Maryland. And they took the time to drive into DC, to go to the Kennedy Center and to say, Charlie, we hear you. We want to be the torchbearers moving forward for your vision and your dream for free and open and honest and civil debate, something that Charlie gave his life defending.
There was also something, State Senator, that happened yesterday that was very disturbing. And there was a 19-year-old in Phoenix who was wearing a shirt very similar to the one that the alleged assassin wore, which showed an American flag and an eagle on it. And he trampled a memorial outside the Turning Point USA headquarters for Charlie. And you see some people getting involved right there and stopping this person from desecrating this memorial for Charlie. He was later arrested and is being charged. But this obviously raises concerns over copycats. As a friend of Charlie's, how do you respond to this?
Well, listen, it's disgusting and it's despicable, the reaction from the left. Far too many have been celebrating this tragic demise of Charlie Kirk, this slaying of truly a civil rights icon of our time. And so I'm grateful to the patriots who stepped in and stopped that outside of the Turning Point headquarters. And look, I think what Charlie would want for all of America is tone down the rhetoric. Let's instead focus on free and honest and open debate. Let's focus on an exchange of ideas that makes us stronger, not one that divides us. And that's something that, you know, not only did Charlie push for, but obviously his relationship with Vice President J.D. Vance, President Trump, they have all been on the same page that we need solutions to America's problems. We need things that root us deeply in our founding principles and the principles that make America exceptional, not the principles of division and death and destruction like we see coming from one side of the political aisle right now.
So the question now becomes, what comes next? In the near term, President Trump will attend Charlie Kirk's funeral, but it goes well beyond that. Turning Point has just announced there have been 32,000 requests for new chapters across the country. Think of that in context. Turning Point currently has 900 official college chapters and 1,200 high school chapters. So 32,000 is a much bigger number. So I'll ask you, what is next for Charlie's vision? What comes next?
Well, you know, Erica, I think just blew the world away the other night on Jesse's show with that incredibly powerful speech. And what I can tell you is I have had the great pleasure of working closely with Turning Point for over 10 years now. And I'm inside a lot of the staff threads, and the resolve that I see from these 20-something-year-olds that they are doubling and tripling down on Charlie's mission to save Western civilization through the founding principles of this nation is so encouraging to me. And I think what you're going to see is that, you know, there's an old axiom that you slay a tyrant and his reign ends, but you slay a martyr and his reign just begins. And that is going to be Charlie's legacy. Amazingly, his impact in death will be so much greater than he could have ever dreamt when he was alive.
And Erica said during those remarks, if they thought my husband's mission was big now, you have no idea.
That's
State
right.
Senator Jake Hoffman, thank you so much for joining us. A job well done in organizing that vigil that was attended by our nation's leaders as we continue to remember the life and legacy of Charlie.
Thank
we
you both
appreciate
for
you
having
joining
me.
us. Yes.
Sure.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Awesome.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And
Got some
click
more
here to
news
subscribe.
here. Let me just set them all up because I do have set up here. Let me just resize them. Everything needs resizing. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and check out this one here. Let's go ahead and set it up. I want to go on this one. Let's watch this one.
So, Fox News alert, we're learning chilling new details about Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin and what he did immediately following the shooting.
So it comes as officials revealed the suspect is refusing to cooperate with the authorities.
Good morning, Chloe.
Live outside of the Utah County Jail.
Hope you slept good.
Good morning, Garrett.
Good morning, y'all. We have learned that Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin is being held in a
Coffee,
separate unit here at
breakfast.
the Utah County Jail.
Can't
He's under
beat it.
special watch to make sure he doesn't
And then
hurt
after we
himself
got a little-
or others before his first court appearance tomorrow. And as you
We got some
mentioned,
medicine
the
here.
suspect is not cooperating with the investigation. But
Smells
Utah
good.
Governor Spencer Cox says other people close to the suspect are cooperating.
He has not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating, and I think that's very important. His roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. He is cooperating with authorities as well.
Investigators are also trying to put together a timeline for the suspect's radicalization.
He's not cooperating, but I guarantee he's going to be cooperating when that bullet comes to his head.
Was spending
from
an
the firing
increasing
squad.
amount of time in the quote dark places of the internet. The New York Times reports that after the FBI released surveillance images of the suspect, an acquaintance tagged him in an online group chat, and the suspect allegedly replied that his doppelganger was trying to quote get me in trouble. And then when another person joked that they should turn him in for the reward, the suspect allegedly responded, "Only if I get a cut." We also have this new surveillance video obtained by TMZ showing the alleged assassin walking to UVU's campus the morning of the shooting. This was about 4 hours.
Yeah, it's getting cold up here.
Wearing a maroon shirt and light-colored shorts, and that he later changed out
Actually,
of before
like,
returning to campus.
the trees
shortly
are starting
before
to
the
turn
shooting,
early.
wearing those dark clothes we saw in those surveillance photos. The suspect will be appearing virtually for his first court
The leaves
appearance
are starting to
tomorrow.
turn.
And
We're getting
we are
an
told
early
that
fall.
after
Seems
those
like.
charges are filed tomorrow, before that court appearance, we are
But it's
going
getting
to learn
cold.
a lot
It's cold.
more about this investigation and what they are learning so far. Back to y'all.
All right, Garrett, thanks so much. The one thing that comes to mind, too, is that you initially thought that maybe he was cooperating because they got information on his dad convinced him to go. We heard all that, but he's not. So I guess we're going to have to look at, and we'll find out from Kash Patel, we're going to have to look at his online chats, his online presence, what was going on.
I
And
know,
then we
right?
have relatives of his partner who's
Still hot there?
transitioning.
Yeah, Texas is going to be hot
that
for a
person
while.
speaking out that he got
But
radicalized.
I agree.
And then you have to
If
look at
you're going to date
possibly
a dude that's
how they
transitioned
have
to a
made a
chick, why
statement
not
that they're
date a
looking
chick,
to
right?
widen the investigation
But
and to probe whether
I don't know.
pro-trans online groups and
I
others
don't-
connected with
you know,
Robinson
people's
knew in
brains
advance
are-
about the plan to kill him, but the mindset
Are very
of a guy
unique. I'm trying
that
to be
could
nice this
assassinate
morning.
someone
I
we
already
assume
started
for the
off
first time in his
on the
life
wrong foot.
and go online and engage
We got to
and
be nice.
lighthearted.
Just turn
and
on
just
Charlie's
mock
candle.
the fact that he looks like the killer, even though he is.
Turn on
that
Charlie's
mindset,
candle.
I just can't understand.
Well, I know if you go on social media and you start watching some videos about Charlie Kirk and some of the past comments and
So
some
make
of
sure
his
you eat your
speeches,
breakfast.
another
Eat
one will pop up and
breakfast.
another one will pop up. So I spent a lot of the weekend going through a lot of what he has said in the past. I think we've learned a lot more about him, even in death, than we did in life. And then we were all craving some sort of a spiritual.
I don't know. I
component
never
yesterday.
dig the chicks
And,
with dicks.
Sean and I went to church, or we watched church online, a church we love in South Carolina.
If you-
And they honored
I-
Charlie
I-
Kirk. The
no.
pastor said, could everyone please kneel and let's say a prayer for Charlie. He also remembered the family of the girl who was slain on the on the
Man, I
train
miss
in
Charlie
North
already so
Carolina.
bad, man.
And there's something called, Lawrence, the Charlie effect. It's Christians online are revealing that they've been attending Mass to celebrate his fearless pursuit of Jesus. And one person wrote online, my son asked if I wanted to go to church with him on Sunday. He's not a church goer. We're going to Saturday Mass, the Charlie Kirk effect. Another one said, the Catholic Church where I attended Mass today, remember Charlie Kirk in his priest's homily. Masses are being offered across the country for the repose of his soul.
So that's important for two reasons, Ainsley. I think what's happening in memorying Charlie shows potential other assassins that if you thought you were going to silence a movement, the opposite is happening. But I think as it goes to the investigation, to Brian's point, there's a couple of things that still need to be solved there in the sense of, in the chat room, okay, they say these messages, and we're going to ask the director that's going to be coming up on our show in the next hour, FBI director, this happened after the assassin. Okay, so obviously there was a chat going on before. Did he discuss any of his plans before? He felt comfortable bragging that he looked like the assassin when he really was the
Let me see if I have
assassin.
that.
So there had to
I
be
said
some
at
type of
7:30.
conversation.
Let me see if I have
also
that video.
know that relatives said that he was very vocal about him hating Charlie Kirk. So he's been talking with his family members about it as well. Also, the narrative a couple days ago with this guy was MAGA. He obviously was not MAGA. And we found out that his lover is transitioning. It wasn't just a roommate. It was someone that he was intimate with. All of that impacts this investigation.
And he's cooperating.
He's cooperating.
We understand that too, I guess, to a degree. And we'll see. I would say this, the family conservative, he evidently wasn't. They said that a couple of his coworkers said, yeah, he was very quiet. And in fact, one time we were having a conversation about politics, and most of us at work at the electrician, where he was an electrician, he left in 2023, started talking about politics. He went into the laundry room and just sat there by himself, isolated. He couldn't handle the conservative talk. So, I mean, you begin to see that. They said the only other time he showed interest is when you talked about guns.
Well, we've all been wondering who's going to take over for Charlie Kirk for his show. And J.D. Vance put on X, tomorrow, he wrote this yesterday, tomorrow I will have the honor of hosting the Charlie Kirk Show.
Oh, wow.
Please join me as I pay tribute to my friend, 12 p.m. Eastern time. So he'll be hosting the show today.
So one of Charlie Kirk's business partners, everyone thinks when you're honoring a man, you think it's just about Charlie, but I think what you're learning is that it's bigger than him because of the young people that he represented.
Right.
So his business partner and executive producer shared this news yesterday. He said, I wanted to share a praise report from TPUSA. The organization has received over 32,000 inquiries in the last 48 hours on how to start new chapters. To put that into perspective, TPUSA currently has 900 official college chapters and around 100 high school chapters with a presence of 35,000 total. Charlie's vision to have a Club America chapter, our high school brand, and every high school in America, around 23,000, will come true much more faster than could have ever possibly imagined. Truly incredible. I think that's his mission. That's what he wanted.
Andrew was very impressive with Laura Ingraham. It's the first time I've seen him, but you just know to get these events going like the way they're going, there has to be an organizer, a Tim Cook type person behind the scenes with a Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was the vision, Tim Cook was the implementer, and Steve Jobs dies, Tim Cook steps up and elevates other people. Maybe it could be something on a smaller scale like that. I also think that if people are, like I look at a guy like Reince Priebus, who ran the RNC brilliantly. If there are organizationally minded people that could help in at this moment to set the tone, because this is the moment where people are open to what is Turning Point? Let me help out. I love this guy. I'm finding out about him for the first time. I just hope people on the outside could say, I'm going to use my expertise to help out. That could be your way of having a tribute.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with the younger generation and how they're carrying on his conservative activism. And I was so impressed with his wife over the weekend. I think everyone was. Yeah. It's what a lot of people were talking about this weekend. She had this emotional address to the nation, and it was her first public appearance after her husband was killed. Here's a clip of Erica Kirk.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever.
That knows Erica, she's a sweet person, and everybody loves her. She used to be Miss Arizona, as I said last week, and she's normally very calm, cool, collected. She has a Christian wear brand that she likes to sell and just share the gospel in that way. There's been some debate, who's gonna be the person to take over? I think she pretty much cemented it with her speech yesterday. I've never seen her with such just focus on the mission. And I think she's right. You're going to be hearing from her. And she said during that speech that the Turning Point event that was planned, the tour, will continue. I mean, can you imagine after your husband was just assassinated and you're saying you're going to continue the rest of the tour? The big Turning Point event, she said, is going to continue. She's not resting at all.
I think that's what he would have wanted.
Mm-hmm.
That was his whole mission. And if you look at his social media accounts, my goodness, they have surged. Look, just comparing Instagram from September 9th to what it is today, almost doubled. Look at TikTok. It was 7.3. Now it's 9.3. His YouTube, 3.8. Now it's 4.7. And YouTube for Turning Point USA is now at 3.8.
I mean, that's going to be the impact. You got the numbers, you got the chapters, you have the social media presence that's going to be make news every time something's posted.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I mean, it's click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling.
They're gonna regret, because this is just gonna it's gonna be like a firestorm, you know, like the energy, the people, the excitement of talking about certain topics and be able to talk about it, and it's just awoken the young youth. And that's the biggest regret the Democrats are going to have, because the future is the youth. You know, those are the future voters. Those are the ones that are going to be voting in the future. And yet you try to propagate them. You try to influence them with that LGBTQ, whatever, LMLP shit. And now you are taking out their heroes. Now, these younglings are never going to forget, and they will take it to heart in the future, and they will be going against the Democrats. The Democrats I see right now, that party needs to abolish. They need to get rid of that party. I mean, they should get rid of both parties, the Republican and the Democratic Party. Get rid of it. We are one people under the United States of America, you know, under one God, not under all different types of gods and so forth. Yes, there's many gods out there, and I always believe there's hundreds and thousands of them, but the United States believes in one. And the fact that here we're dealing with a lot of anti-God, a lot of anti-Christ, a lot of bigotry, and you can't even speak upon it because now they want to kill you. It's crazy. Let me see here. Hey, Seven, good morning. Rise and shine, my brother. Hope you had a good night's sleep. Let's see. I wasn't looking at the chat now because I have to put it on my phone because I was trying to set up the show here and look for more things to watch, which I do have. You know what? Let me. Okay, that's a different story. That's off topic, but yes, Christianity. Yeah, nationalism is growing really fast right now. Yes, it is. I mean, I'm with Charlie. I am Charlie, and I speak my mind, and I don't hold back, and I don't mind debating. Can you imagine one person having that much influence at 31 of it? Yeah, at 31. Can you believe that? And he the thing is that he was very respectful, and now they're trying to brand him as a racist, as a fascist, as a Hitler lover, and all this crazy shit. Like, who says this? The left. The left, they're barking orders, they're dog whistles. They come out with their whistles. Oh my goodness, he's a fascist, he's a Nazi, he's racist, he's a bigot, he's a like who comes up with all these terms and words and use them all at the same time? Like the left, that's all they do. They know how to stir up the pot, and then they stir it up to a point that people go crazy, and then they go out there with guns and try to kill each other. Like, how that's how you divide and conquer. And they're trying to do that, but it's not going to work. The left, I'm sorry, you guys are going to be seeing major losses, and get ready for the midterms because it's going to be a tsunami of red coming through. Not just a little wave, it's going to be a fucking tsunami. And Democrats, you guys are on the biggest shit list possible. But oh, I was going to ask you, Seven, you still here? Did you by any chance the video, right? Was it the video that you were telling me about the dragon, or is it another video? Because I was going to mention it to you yesterday, but I wanted to check it out. I don't know if you're going to send it to me or if you're going to post it on YouTube. I don't care if you could post it on YouTube. I think it would be really cool to watch. But I would like to see the animation. I love what you do. So you had me like watching last night. I was like, where is it? But let me put my phone on the show so I can see the chat better. It's hard to see the chat from 15 feet away. I'm literally looking 15 feet away. I'm trying to look at the chat. I'm so sorry. Let me put it up here. I know my vision sucks. I'm working on getting new glasses. These glasses are okay. But I need a crash because they're yeah. It's just internet's gonna be free. So bear with me on that. It's just a video. Okay, cool. I was born in the wrong era too. Yeah. My age. I like to hang with people that are older than me. Maybe bear with you on the I don't know if it's the internet or if it's StreamYard. From no sound to sound. dealing with. It's one of those. It's gonna freeze and come back out, freeze. Fucking up the system. And it's not my computer. It's not. It's the internet or the StreamYard. A StreamYard problem. It's a StreamYard problem. Because that's the only way that I'm probably going to be able to fix this. So give me 1 second and I'll be right back. All right, here we go. I am truly sorry about that. It's StreamYard. StreamYard's having a problem. It took me literally all this time since I've been out with a few minutes, like 5 minutes. I've been trying to get on, and it wouldn't let me get on. I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I just don't know. Give me 1 second, because I don't like the way my camera's looking. It looks like it's a little off. Fix this a bit, because my cats tend to run around and move my camera all the time. So blame the cats. I blame the cats. But it looks like it's working now. So I truly apologize. Fucking StreamYard this morning is it's acting very left today. StreamYard is acting left. Go figure, right? All right, so let's go ahead and jump onto other news here while we can right now. Let's check this out.
It may be a stretch to say we're living through the age of the assassin, but it's not a big one. The black-clad killer of Charlie Kirk has joined a despicable club that, according to federal prosecutors, almost included this man, Ryan Ruth. They allege he traveled to Florida last September to kill Donald Trump while the president was golfing. Ruth may well have succeeded, they argue, if it were not for the Secret Service agent who spotted Ruth hiding in the bushes and shot at him. Today, a jury in Florida heard opening arguments in Ruth's trial. Prosecutors argue the 59-year-old Ruth methodically tracked down and waited for Trump, and then aimed his rifle through the bushes toward the then Republican presidential nominee. Ruth pleaded not guilty to attempted assassination, but he faces a possible life sentence. But here's the twist. Ruth is representing himself at the trial, and he has no legal background. Given that, his opening statement was pretty much what you'd expect, a rambling soliloquy.
These people should not be representing themselves.
Hitler, Vladimir Putin, and the birth of humanity. The court endured about 10 minutes of this before the judge finally cut him off, ruling his opening arguments were irrelevant. The first witness on the stand was the Secret Service agent credited with thwarting the attack. He identified Ruth as the person he saw in the bushes and said he feared for his life and for the life of the president.
Yeah, Seven. It's just, it's crazy.
Jesse Weber, News Nation legal
The fact that I'm paying $45 a month for it,
this is bizarre.
it's uncalled for.
What Ryan Ruth is doing, the rest of his life is at stake. I mean, I don't
heat up my coffee.
understand. Do they have to be mentally competent before they can represent themselves?
Hey, listen, as long as he understands the charges against him in the process, he can represent himself, and he has chosen to do that. I didn't think I was ever going to.
Let me go heat up my coffee.
This was going to come out in an opening statement.
Yeah, he was rambling about the origin of the human species and global conflicts. At one point, he started to cry in the opening arguments.
And here's the thing, right? He has standby counsel, but the deal of that is he can't then turn to them for substantive advice. If he wants to represent himself, judge said, this is your decision, gave him the warnings. He then can't go to his counsel and say, wait, should I call this witness? How should I ask this witness? How should I deliver an opening argument? This is all on him. Why did I go to law school? You think it was because I like law books and I wanted to read? It's to learn the law. It's to learn to actually how to make arguments. Unfortunately, he should have taken the advice and actually used his attorneys.
In jury selection, he was asking people about their stances on Gaza and the war in Ukraine, even about Trump's proposed acquisition of Greenland. Nothing to do with this case.
He almost tried to make what we call a Batson challenge too. He was saying that jurors—
Is that a thing?
It's a real thing. It's basically accusing the other side of trying to get rid of jurors based on race. And he didn't go that far. He also was complaining that a lot of the jurors, which is true, have ties to law enforcement, but he wasn't properly articulating those challenges, and it's to his detriment.
In their opening statement, prosecutors said Ruth waited 10 hours in this sniper's nest that he built in the bushes along the golf course. He made a to-do list of things he needed to buy, and including cardboard zip ties, diapers, because he was going to be waiting for so long, and wrote a reminder to himself, spray self with bug spray.
Yeah, so also waited 10 hours, checked the weather to see what was going on, used aliases to not only purchase a cell phone, but track the president's movements. So it does become a question. What's the inference that a jury can make? That he was looking for a tea time that he wanted to see? It was, I mean, that's the idea, that he was tracking Trump.
Fascinating. The first witness on the stand with the Secret Service agent who spotted him in the bushes didn't see the gun until he was 5 feet away.
Now that was harrowing.
I love me hot coffee now.
said he saw a
My goodness, it's
smile on the
steaming.
defendant's face and quickly took out his weapon. And
Enjoy.
thankfully, the defendant didn't even fire a shot. But that is really compelling testimony. I can't be surprised why prosecutors called him as the first witness.
5 feet away before he saw the gun. Amazing. All right, Jesse Weber, what a bizarre scene in that courtroom.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe
How
below
is
and
he gonna
download.
defend himself if he's just going up there and giving speeches and trying to push his narrative in a courtroom that doesn't even give a shit about his opinions and what he thinks. They're there for different reasons. They're not there to be like, yeah, we want to know your opinions. Give us everything that you feel and tell us from the heart and how you feel. Go fuck off. Fuck your feelings too. Like, ain't got time for that shit. It's like it's crazy, you know? It's just beyond crazy. Let me see here if we got an update here. Oh, this is Melody King. I love Melody King. If you don't know, now you know. Melody King is such a sweetheart. I love her reporting. I love her insight. And we're going to take a look at her show right now. Give me 1 second to set it up. Let's listen to Melody King.
Assassin wasn't just some random.
She's very beautiful too.
He was living with a transgender partner, and the FBI has the text to prove it. The very last question Charlie was asked before being shot was about transgender mass shooters. And meanwhile, across the ocean, London of all places, they are honoring his life with massive crowds. I'm talking millions. Elon Musk is weighing in. J.K. Rowling is calling out political
See if you
violence.
could
And
get
of
in
course,
contact with me on
the media
Discord
clowns are twisting the narrative.
because I wanted to
I'm
talk to
breaking
you,
it all down. And trust me,
but I don't have
you're
you
gonna wanna
on the
hear the bottom
Discord.
line.
I mean, I have your old Discords, but I don't have your recent new
A
one.
Fox News alert. FBI sources tell Fox News Digital that the man charged with assassinating Charlie Kirk was living with a transgender partner. Bureau officials confirmed that Tyler Robinson was in a romantic relationship with someone transitioning from male to female. They say that individual is fully cooperating with their investigation, claims to have had no idea of Robinson's plans, and is not currently accused of any criminal activity.
Let's start with the bombshell.
I can't stand
Fox News
StreamYard.
reports that Tyler Robinson, the man charged with assassinating Charlie Kirk, was living with a transgender partner. Yes, you heard that right. His living
living with a
partner, male
transformer.
transitioning to female. And they're now fully cooperating with the FBI.
He was sleeping with a
And
Decepticon.
apparently, investigators already had communications between the two of them. Isn't that convenient, guys? Isn't it funny how the FBI always has text messages after the fact, but somehow never manages to stop these people before tragedy happens? But here's where it gets downright chilling. One of the last exchanges that Charlie Kirk had on stage before being murdered was a question. Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters in the last 10 years? Charlie Kirk responded, too many. And then seconds later, he was shot dead. And we're supposed to sit here and chalk that up to coincidence? Come on now. Anyone with 2 brain cells can see what's going on here. Now, instead of actually facing that uncomfortable reality, the media instantly tried to spin this. Oh, well, Tyler came from a MAGA household. Clearly, this is MAGA's fault. Really? MAGA's fault? Like, are you kidding me? This is the same recycled garbage they use every single time. No matter what happens, somehow the right is always responsible. It's insulting. And here's the kicker. While the left is playing cover up, pretending this was just some random confused kid, like he didn't know what he was doing, across the pond, something extraordinary is happening. Let's go there. London, of all places, the Free Speech Festival led by Tommy Robinson drew massive crowds. We're talking millions, seas of people. They're all coming together to honor Charlie Kirk. Think about that. The mainstream media doesn't want to show these photos, but they're everywhere. Flags waving, people chanting, standing shoulder to shoulder for a man they never even met in a city that usually despises conservatives. That's powerful. And let me tell you, if people thousands of miles away who never shook Charlie's hand are still deeply impacted by his assassination, I think that tells you everything you need to know about what kind of man he was. Charlie wasn't just a figure for the right. He became a symbol of something bigger. Faith, freedom, truth. That's why he's honored. And it's why the left is terrified of his legacy. And speaking of people who are terrified of the left, well, Elon Musk sat down with Tommy Robinson and didn't mince words. Let's break that down.
And then you see how much violence there's on the left, with our friend Charlie Kirk getting murdered in cold blood this week, and people on the left celebrating it openly. The left is the party of murder and celebrating murder. I mean, let that sink in for a minute. That's who we're dealing with here. That is who we're dealing with.
All right, y'all, quick pause, because if you're watching this, you're exactly the kind of person who's going to love what I've got in my store. We're talking taste like liberal tears mugs.
She has a little store, so check it out when you get a chance.
Help support
let's move it forward.
And what did we see after Charlie's assassination? Leftists openly celebrating on Twitter. X. And it lit up with liberals laughing, making jokes, even posting memes about Charlie's death. These are the same people who lose their minds if you misgender someone. But assassination? Oh, well, that's fine. So when Elon calls them out, he's not exaggerating. He's saying the quiet part out loud. And they hate it. They hate the truth. They are the party that normalizes political violence. They are the party that thinks it's funny when conservatives die. And let's be real. If this had been reversed, if a liberal activist had been murdered, every Democrat in America would be wearing black armbands right now. But Elon Musk, guys, he's not the only one dropping truth bombs. Believe it or not, even J.K. Rowling weighed in with a statement that nails exactly what's at stake.
That's crazy. It's just so sad, man. They're trying to kill J.K. Rowling, Elon Musk, and there was another dude.
Rowling said it perfectly.
For speaking.
If you believe political opponents should be punished or with violence or death, you're a terrorist. Period. End of the story. And isn't that what we're saying? If you can't debate, if you can't persuade, if you can't win in the arena of ideas, you silence, you cancel, you threaten, you attack, you kill. That's the left's playbook. But notice how the mainstream narrative is, it's always slanted, right? They'll scream January 6th until the end of time, but they'll never mention Steve Scalise being nearly assassinated at baseball practice. They'll cry about Paul Pelosi, but won't bring up firebombed pro-life centers. They'll harp on conspiracy theories about Trump, but then pretend that there weren't two actual attempts on his life. They'll say it never happened. And now Charlie Kirk. And still somehow the spin is that conservatives are the problem. It's absurd. And that brings me to one of the most important questions raised since Charlie's murder. Is this the end of a dark chapter or the beginning of something even darker?
Okay, there's the results so far. Just under 40,000 votes. Oh boy. On the Spencer Cox, the Governor Cox question, is this the end of a dark chapter in our history or the beginning of a darker chapter? And 92%. I'm sure, I hope that you all want to be wrong in saying, uh-oh, it's just the beginning, which I guess begs the question of, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it if that's what you see for the country? In light of the expertise that you heard on today's program and over the span of the 12 years I've been here, you know what the answer is? Go volunteer. Go mentor someone. Go to church. Go to a synagogue. Go to a mosque. Go where you are among people. Get offline and rub shoulders, especially with those who are dissimilar from you.
So a poll went viral asking, is this the end of a dark chapter in our history or the beginning of a darker one? And over 90% said it's just the beginning. 90%. That should scare everyone, because I think it tells us people don't believe this violence is ending anytime soon. If anything, they expect it to escalate. Now, here's my take. For people on the right, this is a wake-up call. It's pushing Christians back into faith. It's driving conservatives into their purpose. It's emboldening voices that used to stay quiet. That's a silver lining. But on the left, oh, you know what's coming. They're going to double down on the race baiting, double down on the white supremacist narrative, double down on vilifying conservatives. And we're already seeing it, right?
Yep.
Well, enter Jamel Hill, Joy Reid, and Don Lemon, the holy, unholy trinity, honestly, of cluelessness. We've got to roast them.
The reason he was labeled a white supremacist is because he believed in the superiority of white people.
White supremacist?
Which is why he
what the fuck is that?
Said that
who talks like that?
He would be concerned if he saw a black pilot. Which is why he
stupid
said that he questioned the brain processing of brilliant minds such as Joy Ann Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson, because he ultimately believed in the superiority of white people. So I don't think I'm being insensitive by bringing that up.
That's
the only
so
reason
stupid.
I feel like
so
I need
ignorant.
to bring that up is because of the counter narrative that is establishing itself.
This bitch needs to watch my show.
I'm tired of white
How about that?
supremacist beliefs being considered a difference of opinion. I'm really sick of that. You know what's the difference of opinion? Is if you like DC and I like Marvel. That's a difference of opinion. If you say Drake is the greatest rapper of all time and I think it's Jay-Z, that's a difference of opinion. What's not considered a difference of opinion?
Even to mention
if you
Jay-Z.
think black people
Who cares
are
about
inherently
Jay-Z?
inferior to white people, and I think the opposite, that is not a difference of opinion. That is you being a racist.
Wait a minute. Why are you treating
I'll tell you the brain cells of these people.
Charlie Kirk like he's a monarch, like he is actually a member of the government, that he is deserving of a state funeral, that he is actually deserving of the honor of having flags lowered to half staff, that he is deserving of the honor of having the Presidential Medal of Freedom, an honor that's usually for war heroes.
So Jamel Hill claims
That's a
Charlie
fucking
was
idiot.
a white supremacist because he questioned a black pilot's qualifications. Give me a break, because you got to know the context. United Airlines lowered pilot standards to meet diversity quotas. Charlie said if you're messing with safety standards just to meet woke checkboxes, that's dangerous. And he was right. That's not racism, that's common sense. And then Joyless Reid comes in crying that white supremacist beliefs shouldn't be treated as opinions.
She's a fucking
Nobody
idiot.
said they should. Like what? Criticizing woke hiring policies isn't supremacy, but Joyless doesn't care. She's got one tool in her box: scream racism until people just stop asking questions.
Exactly.
And then there's Don Lemon. Boy, he actually whined that Charlie's being treated like a monarch because people want to honor him. Then he said the Presidential Medal of Freedom is for war heroes. Wrong. War heroes get the Medal of Honor. Like, Don doesn't know the difference.
He don't
Classic
know.
Lemon, though.
He's a fucking
Smug,
idiot.
Uninformed, irrelevant. I think there's a reason why CNN booted him. And while these media clowns mislead their viewers, let's not forget the role of our oh so competent FBI, or should I say, oh so incompetent.
Well, it seems like this, in some measure was the strategy all along, and they continue to talk about it in this way. Put the images out there, hope somebody recognizes this such suspect.
Yeah, and look, that's I don't know if I'd call that a strategy. I would call it a common practice. You never want to rely on hope to wrap your investigation up, but in an age of mass media where people consume television and online content and podcasts with ridiculous regularity, you'd be foolish if you did not sensitize people to this. So I do have some things to critique, obviously, about the way that FBI leadership handled this, but putting the information they did out there is not really one of those things.
Now, Trump praised the FBI for quickly capturing the shooter, the alleged shooter, right? And yes, they eventually put out the right photo. But let's be honest, the only reason that Robinson was caught is because his own father turned him in. The FBI arrested 2 other patsies first. Remember that? 33 hours of chaos, mistakes, and a bunch of spin. And only then, thanks to the family, did they actually get the guy. But watch how they frame it. Oh, we released the photo and someone recognized him. Yeah, his dad recognized him. That's not brilliant strategy. That's dumb luck. And yet the FBI pats itself on the back. It's embarrassing. But this is the same FBI that drags its feet when it comes to violence from the left and then unleashes SWAT teams when it comes from the right. This is also the FBI who drags its feet and won't release the Epstein
I don't
files,
trust
but
the
believe them, of
FBI.
course.
I
Their
tell you
double
guys so
standard
many
is so
times.
obvious. It's just not even funny anymore. And I think that brings
The
us full
FBI, the
circle.
CIA,
From the
all of them,
shooter's
I don't
roommate
trust
to
them.
the
They're
London
corrupted.
Tribute, from Elon's truth bombs to the FBI's blunders. The bottom line couldn't be clearer. Charlie Kirk's assassination, it wasn't random. It wasn't meaningless. It has already become a defining moment. We saw London honor him while American media tried to bury him. We saw Elon Musk and J.K. Rowling calling out the truth while Joyless Reed and Don Lemon peddled lies. We saw the FBI stumble. We saw Fox uncover the roommate revelation, and we saw a poll showing Americans are bracing for darker days ahead. And through it all, the left has one script: blame MAGA, deflect from their radicals, mock conservatives for honoring our dead. But here's what they don't understand, guys. This is what they don't understand. Every time they try to smear us, they only make us stronger. Every attack, every insult, every lie, it only fuels the fire. This isn't the end of a chapter. It's the beginning of a reckoning. And mark my words, Charlie's legacy isn't going away. It's only growing. Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think this is the end of a dark chapter or the start of something darker? What's your reaction to the London Tribute? It was overwhelming. The roommate revelation, and then Elon Musk's comments. Drop it all in the comments below, and don't hold back, guys. I don't censor over here. And if
That's you know, UK is a different beast over there. That's a big time mess. If you want to talk about mess, UK is going through a battle, and they're going to have a civil war in UK, which is going to be the countrymen versus the illegals, and they're going to have to fight for their country. And their politicians and the people that are in power, they need to throw them out. They need to uprise and throw these people out of power because they're not doing anything for the people to help the people. All they're doing is taking advantage of the people and silencing people by threatening them to throw them in jail for just even speaking up. Just for speaking up, you can see easily a year in jail because you speaked up against what they are trying to control, and that's the narrative. And I think that's just wrong in all cases. And I hope that UK and the people of UK stand up and uprise against the hatred, against the fact that they're going against their morals, and they need to just stand up and really take back their country. They have to fight back. They have to speak up. Don't be afraid of being thrown in jail for speaking up. This is what they want. They want you to live in fear. They want you to be scared. They don't want you to speak. They want you to shut the fuck up and stay in line. No. You know, there's so many directions you could go with this, and you don't need to follow their narrative. And it's destroying UK. I mean, let's take a look here. Let's go ahead and check this out. Let me put the volume up on it. That'll work.
10,000 people took to the London streets in what's believed to be the largest anti-immigration protest in British history. You see the images on your screen here. Organizers called it a Unite the Kingdom rally. A minute of silence was also held for conservative activist Charlie Kirk during the event. The march was organized by the far-right anti-immigration activist Tommy Robinson. It was billed as a celebration of free speech. And close by there was a much smaller counter-protest organized by anti-racism activists. At one point, right-wing marchers clashed with the group and began throwing things at them and pushing police. London's Metropolitan Police said a number of its officers were assaulted by the right-wing demonstrators, and the crowds grew so large that some surrounding areas had to be closed off for safety. Meanwhile, tomorrow, President Donald Trump will be heading there to the UK. Trump is set to meet with King Charles and Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
He needs to be careful out there because these people are very dangerous and you don't know what they're capable of. Like, their mental health is very horrible in UK at the moment, and you have a lot of immigrants, illegal immigrants in UK that are unvetted, and we don't know who the fuck is in UK that could cause terroristic actions against their own, like against the people of UK. It's just not a safe place anymore, and I'm sad to say, but I don't think in my lifetime I'll ever go to UK. I just can't go over there because I know the first thing they'll throw my ass in jail for just speaking up. It was like they're gonna like, oh, throw him in jail. I'm like, okay. Let's go ahead and continue on with the news.
And as we were talking about that, the memorial continues to grow outside of Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, but obviously concern over the temperature rising about political violence. And we're seeing some of that today. And this, a post on social media from Fox News saying, Justin, a man has been arrested after vandalizing the Charlie Kirk Memorial outside of TP USA headquarters in Arizona. The suspect identified as a 19-year-old Ryder Corral there. So we're also getting this video that I want to show you of some of this because we've been diving into the latest with just some of this memorial growing. But this was the scene that was captured by Fox News a little bit earlier on. You can see people addressing this individual, potentially vandalizing what was going on there with this memorial, people stepping in, just average citizens, not necessarily law enforcement.
Tyler was wearing.
Ultimately, law enforcement did get involved as this suspect identified as a 19-year-old, as a man is arrested. So you can see police, Phoenix police there on hand, putting this individual in handcuffs or zip ties just across the street. As so much has grown since Wednesday. And we saw the initial outpouring for Charlie Kirk, the conservative commentator there in Arizona, a group that he founded a dozen years ago, co-founded a dozen years ago. Obviously, you see this individual now being let off.
I don't know how many infinity powers that they have
memorial
now.
Balloons, flowers,
Well, that
flags
organization
showcased on hand, and that is concerned potentially for next week. Any outside agitator, that is a kind of term that police, law enforcement have been using, but obviously concern in terms of that with the memorial that's going to be taking place next week in Glendale, Arizona, a very large venue, the NFL Stadium of the Arizona Cardinals. Again, a live picture right there at that venue, but we're seeing different memorials pop up. This was the scene of where that initial vandalism, the arrest took place earlier on today. It has quieted down a significant margin, but just the amount of outpouring of support for those that obviously backed Charlie Kirk, stood for what he also believed in. So we're following it closely here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Now for tonight's big close-up is House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer. Chairman, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. So again, I've asked this question to several people, whether that be on the radio, whether that be with the panel here. When you first heard that Charlie Kirk was shot and we didn't know exactly what was going on, what was going through your mind? And then the second part of the question is, what will be his legacy and what happens from here?
Well, I was shocked when I heard it, and I'll tell you where I was. It was a very public forum. We were having a House Oversight Committee markup on the president's D.C. crimes agenda. So we were talking about out-of-control crime as word came in, and it came from one of my colleagues on the committee, Marjorie Taylor Greene, made an announcement that he had been shot, and I was just in shock, and like everyone else, wanted to know the details, and was obviously praying that he was okay. But his legacy, I mean, I cannot think of anyone as young as Charlie Kirk who had a bigger impact in their life. I mean, Charlie Kirk inspired a whole generation of young people to be active in the political arena. And I think what he would do is welcome open debate and welcome people who disagreed with him. And that's what it's all about. That's what America's about. That's what our Constitution's about, and our democracy is about, is having free debate, freedom of speech, and freedom of opinions and ideas. And he did it on a college campus where we all know that the professors drift far left, and whereas they're supposed to teach students how to think, they're now trying to teach students what to think. So I think Charlie was doing exactly what he needed to do as far as inspire a young next generation to be active and understand the process, understand government, and have their own opinion. And if you didn't agree with Charlie Kirk, that was fine. And he didn't mind. He welcomed the debate. And it's just a tragedy what happened, but I think his legacy will live on. And I think that his movement's only going to get bigger as the days pass.
No one embraced the First Amendment more than Charlie Kirk, David.
Yeah, not at all. Chairman Comer, David Webb here. Good to talk to you again. You know, Charlie engaged, and that's my word for it. He didn't, he debated, but he really engaged people and brought them in. He asked for them to find their better selves, their better arguments to make their case. He didn't demand agreement. But he also asked better of our political leaders. He asked better of those that would seek public office. His effect on the members of Congress, especially some of the newer and younger Republicans that have come to Congress, could you give us some insight on that?
Yeah, there are several young members on my oversight committee. Anna Paulina Luna comes to mind, that were brought into the political process by Charlie Kirk. And many were inspired by Charlie Kirk. I remember when I was going on his podcast a few months ago for the first time, my daughters heard about it, and one's in college, one's in, at the time was in middle school, and they knew who Charlie Kirk was, and I was shocked. And I realized then that, you know, he has really been effective at reaching out to young people, getting young people interested. And you know, I hope that this translates to those of us in Congress too, that we can do better and that we can debate without being so hostile at times. But you know, I think that what Charlie Kirk has done is he's created a movement that we need in America, where people know what's going on in the government. And a lot of people didn't. A lot of people just believed what the liberal media told them or what their liberal college professors were telling them. And I think that Charlie Kirk's opened a lot of eyes. And I hope that the leaders in Congress, especially the young ones that were inspired by Charlie Kirk, I hope that they can take the baton and really make a difference and think about Charlie as they try to debate and get people to agree with them and govern. And that's what we need in Washington.
Chairman Comer, it's Alicia Acuna. Thank you again for being here. I'm going to switch gears a bit. So your oversight committee is nearly done talking with former Biden officials over the auto pen scandal. You interviewed former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre last week. A source tells Fox that she admitted Biden was not the same man when she met him, which contradicts what she said for years.
He's the president of the United States. You know, I can't even keep up with.
The president doesn't need a cognitive test. That part of the report we don't think lives in reality.
Is anyone in the White House hiding information about the president's health or his ability to do the job day to day?
Absolutely not.
He should be charged.
You all call this the cheap fakes video, and that's exactly what they are. They are cheap fakes video.
Cheap
They're
fakes.
done in
Who
bad
comes up with cheap fakes?
Okay, so
That sounds
Jean-Pierre
so
said she
stupid.
doesn't know who put the cheap fakes talking point in her
You're
binder,
cheap
while
and you're
also
fake.
blaming senior level administration officials
Full of
for
shit.
giving her talking points on Biden's health. Former White House Chief of Staff Jeff Zients is testifying this Thursday. Now, he's the last aide who's scheduled to be interviewed. So a couple of questions here. What are you expecting from Zients? And then also, what should the American people expect once this is all wrapped up?
Well, we have a lot of questions for Zients. A lot of things point to him
She should be
as
charged with
being one of the chief
treason.
instigators of many of the
Lying,
pardons, including the pardon of
everything,
Dr.
man.
Fauci.
And more
So we
accountability.
want to know what the
More
process was.
accountability.
We've asked everyone what the process was with the auto
That
pen, and we're getting a lot of
administration has not
conflicting
even gotten
answers.
in
But
trouble.
what people have told us in sworn testimony and our depositions and transcribed interviews is very different than what we're seeing with the emails that have recently surfaced. In other words, there are huge inconsistencies in how the process worked for the audit pen. If you look at the emails that surfaced last week, when you have Department of Justice officials in the Merrick Garland Department of Justice essentially asking White House officials, did the president even know who he just pardoned? I mean, that's a serious concern, and that's why we're doing this investigation. So Zayas is the last person that we have scheduled to bring in. We'll make a decision if we need to bring in more. A lot of people have mentioned Kamala Harris, but Kamala Harris, just with what she wrote the other day, I mean, it shows if you look at one of the excerpts from her book, she said, we should never have let Joe make the decision as to whether or not he should run for re-election. I mean,
all right, real quick, let me just pass this on to Seven. Seven, what you got to do is, where it has the message, the top one, it's like a blue purplish color with the little comma thing. You click on that, and then it's gonna on the top. It should say "Add Friends," and that's where you're gonna find me. You have to click on "Add Friends" and then type out one word: "My Mind Over Your Matter," and it'll pop up. You can add me by username because it'll say add by username. You could click on that and just type out "My Mind Over Your Matter," and it should take you right to the channel where you can save me.
That is an unprecedented level of disrespect, and I think that's symbolic of what was going on in the White House, especially in the last 3 months of this administration. No one was letting Joe make decisions on his own. They were making those decisions. They were using that audit pen just like they were the president of the United States, and that is illegal, and that puts in legal jeopardy all the pardons and all of the executive orders, especially the ones that were signed with the audit pen in the last 3 months. After that disastrous debate, by all accounts, everyone in the White House just kind of shoved poor old Joe Biden to the side. And from what we've seen thus far, it looks like some of the high-level staffers were calling the shots. If you go back to what Jean-Pierre said, that she didn't know who put that deep fake statement in her talking points, that's a concern. If you're the White House spokesman and you don't even know who's giving you talking points to go out and talk on behalf of the president of the United States, I mean, that's a concern. So we've seen this level of disruption the entire investigation over the past 2 months. And I think that everyone should be concerned about how staffers in the future could have the authority to use the audit pen to sign things, legal documents like pardons and executive orders.
Cool.
Chairman Comer, as you kind of just touched on, Kamala Harris is throwing Joe Biden under the bus in her soon-to-be released memoir.
Sure
and
did.
in an excerpt, The Atlantic, she says Biden got tired and that his age started to show at the end of his presidency. And she also trashed Biden's decision to run for re-election as, quote, recklessness.
I don't trust Kamala.
And she said Joe Biden was partly to blame.
Crazy bitch.
So I guess my question, Chairman Comer, will you request a testimony from former Vice President Kamala Harris in the auto pen investigation?
Yes.
Well, when you look at the purpose of this investigation, and the big question I have is, are
whole
these
administration should
pardons
go to
and
prison.
executive orders legal, especially the ones that were signed with the audit pen on days when Joe Biden was in the White House during the lame duck presidency, when many of those executive orders were used to Trump-proof the administration. Kamala Harris gave us a lot of what we felt like she would say if she were telling the truth, and that is that we just got to the point to where we didn't let Joe Biden make any decisions. We just kind of took the White House over, and we just used that audit pen just like it was ours, and that's illegal. Remember, Joe Biden gave an interview to the New York Times, the only interview that I know of that he's done post-presidency, and he admitted that he didn't make decisions on all those individual pardons, that he just delegated them to the staff. The staff doesn't have the constitutional ability to grant pardons, only the President of the United States. So I think Kamala Harris, as I've said over the past 6 weeks, she's welcome to come to our committee anytime. But as far as putting up a legal battle to try to spend months and months and months to get her in when all of these pardons and executive orders are still in legal jeopardy, I think we need to hurry up and wrap this investigation up.
Yes.
We all know congressional investigations tend to take too long. But again, I'll say this publicly for the 15th time. Kamala Harris is welcome to come in and talk to our committee. I think she knows our concern is that auto pen. And if she wants to come in and say under oath that Joe Biden was the one making the decisions on that auto pen, she's more than welcome. But I will tell you, that is contradicts what a lot of people have said under oath and what these emails that we've been getting coming in. So she's welcome to come in, but we're not going to spend a lot of time in court trying to get her in, because we need to make a decision on these pardons and executive orders, and that's our top priority.
Chairman Comer, I think you'll see Liz Cheney poolside at Mar-a-Lago before Kamala Harris takes you up on that particular invitation. But, you know, it's worth trying, and that's the important thing. But either way, it's a Sunday night. We really appreciate you joining us. Thanks so much again.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Crazy.
Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling.
And hold them accountable. You know, why is it taking so long for accountability to take place? Like, why the investigation keeps stalling? No one's like doing anything. Like, they don't get punished. They don't get thrown in jail. They don't even get the. I'm trying. They don't even get that. They don't even get the tap in the hand. They don't get punished at all. There's no accountability in Washington. They need to put Biden in fucking jail, put Kamala in her fucking place and put her in jail, and all the croonies and crooks in that fucking administration, throw them all in fucking jail. Like, what are we waiting for? Like, it's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, make accountability great again. My goodness, let's continue on with the news.
Fallout continues from the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk as investigators work to understand what led up to the shooting.
Utah's governor gave new details on the shooting suspect. NBC's Bofta Imam joins us now with the latest.
And more on that in just a moment. Good morning, Dave Medina. President Trump now asking for $58 million, by the way, to boost security to help protect the executive and judicial branches. That notice to Congress also says it supports additional security for lawmakers who remain on edge after that assassination. As for the suspect accused of killing Charlie Kirk, authorities say he is on special watch status this morning, and the motive has not been confirmed.
They need to do their fucking job.
As crowds gather to pay tribute to conservative activist Charlie Kirk, charges are expected to be filed Tuesday against the alleged shooter, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, says Utah's governor, Spencer Cox.
He does come from a conservative family, but his ideology was very different than his family.
State records show Robinson is not affiliated with the political party, nor did he vote in the two most recent general elections. Kirk was critical of transgender people and trans rights, and Governor Cox says Robinson disliked Kirk and his viewpoints. Part of the pieces of information gathered during interviews with loved ones, including the suspect's former roommate, who was also his boyfriend.
A boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female, so we know that piece. I will say that that person has been very cooperative.
But he says that's not the case with the suspect, who's not cooperating. The governor adding the roommate had no idea about Robinson's possible plans. Meanwhile, in Washington,
trying to calm the nerves.
The unease around security for members of Congress continues as some cancel events or move them indoors.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, I said to somebody immediately, that could be you or me.
Plans for a massive memorial are underway for this Sunday, and it's expected to draw thousands, including President Trump.
I'm going to be going to Charlie's, I guess you'd call it a funeral. There's a small one. I said, can we do the big one? Because we're going to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is a big deal.
The movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen.
Kirk's wife spoke publicly for the first time, calling her husband a martyr, and vowing to continue his legacy, which has gained even more support after his assassination.
Oh my God, you have me
Now,
choked
Kirk's
up,
influence
Chloe.
spanned internationally as well. Backers of Kirk responded at U.S. embassies in Europe and Africa these past few days, and some world leaders also chiming in, calling him a friend and inspiration. In Washington, Bofta Imam, Danita, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Bofta.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Joining us now, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, from his home state of Louisiana. Speaker, welcome back to Fox News Sunday. I know you're going to be part of a vigil tonight that is about Charlie's life, but more broadly about bringing this country back together. How do we do that?
We do that by carrying on his legacy. This has been a very difficult week in America, to say the least, Shannon. People are very saddened. They're very angry. Many people are afraid. It cast a shadow across the country and certainly on Capitol Hill. But as Erica said so well, so clearly, our friend Charlie would not want us to be consumed by despair. He would want us to carry his message forward, and that's exactly what is going to happen.
So a lot of grief, obviously, today, but fear as well, frankly. Here's what one of your colleagues, House Oversight Chair James Comer, here's what he said a couple of days ago. He says both parties have some guilt. So hopefully we can take a tragedy like this and try all to do better. And I think we can all do better, myself included. Do you get the sense there is some real soul searching on both sides of the aisle about how we got here?
I think there is. I've spoken to a lot of members on both sides of the aisle, and there's this recognition that, people have got to stop framing simple policy disagreements in terms of existential threats to our democracy and all these phrases you hear all the time. You can't call the other side fascists and enemies of the state and not understand that there are some deranged people in our society who will take that as cues to act and do crazy and dangerous things. And that's what we've seen in increasing frequency. So members of Congress and all public officials have an obligation to speak clearly into this and calm the waters. We can have vigorous disputes. I mean, Charlie Kirk was an expert at that. He loved debate. But Charlie also advanced another really important idea, and that is that he loved the people on the other side of that table. He was never motivated by hate. He was motivated by truth and love. And that's what we have to do. That's who we are as Americans. That is follows the best of our Judeo-Christian traditions and heritage and our civil society, and we have got to get back to that.
Well, you talk about Charlie and how he was in engaging with people, and yet there are a lot of folks out there who say that's the opposite of his legacy. They're portraying him as a hateful, bigoted person. I want to play something from Congresswoman Ilhan Omar speaking about him and what he was really like and what his purpose was this week.
There are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
A complete rewriting of history.
These people are full of shit, and it's important for us.
What the hell's wrong with her? She needs to go back to her fucking country. Get this bitch off of here, man.
Anger and sadness,
I can't stand
have empathy.
And she was referring more broadly to a lot of people on the right that she
Man,
says
fuck
have
that
now
bitch.
resulted in her having death threats
Tired of listening to her
the
ass.
need for around-the-clock security, which I know you've talked
Needs
about. That's
to
not
go
something
to her
you can do for
country
every member. It would cost billions
and
of
leave
dollars.
all that money here.
But what do you make of her characterization that he really wasn't about civil debates?
She clearly has no idea what she's talking about. She has not followed Charlie. She's playing into this characterization of him that the left has been advancing. There are people actually celebrating his murder online, and that tells you everything you need to know about that side. We've got to cut through that. Look, member security is a serious matter. We're looking into all options to increase security measures so that they have plenty of coverage for their residential security and their personal security as well. And I think we'll be able to handle that. But there is this angst out there, and we've got to turn the rhetoric down. That is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. What you just saw in that video right there. And I hope all members of Congress
They don't want to be down.
Look, we've been very active in trying to carry on and really, I think, portray clearly what Charlie was about. And his record speaks for itself. He was a Christian, a committed believer. He understood what Scripture teaches, what you and I understand, Shannon, that our battle is not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and spiritual darkness. And Charlie understood. He put on, as it says there in Ephesians 6, the full armor of God to go out and advance truth and do it in love. And that's exactly what he did. That's what his legacy stands for. And everyone around this country who is mourning his death understands that, in spite of what some of these voices are saying.
So there's this concern now that speech will go underground, that there'll be less of an interchange on college campuses and other places, and that people recede to these dark corners of apps and internets and communication channels. So what about that? I mean, I know your background as a constitutional law expert and attorney. I mean, how do we balance issues of free speech, of, privacy concerns in trying to get ahead of these things before they happen?
Well, you're right. I mean, for 20 years before I got elected to Congress, I was a religious liberty and free speech defense attorney. We understood we've got to advance and defend and protect the free marketplace of ideas, because vigorous debate is what made our country so great. But the key is to remember that you can disagree with someone vehemently on policy and not hate them as a person. And that's what Charlie was all about. Remember, at the end of his most vigorous debates, he was the very first person to reach out a hand of friendship, to put offer his arm around the shoulder of someone who disagreed with him vehemently, because he understood it was about the person, it's about the people, it's about the heart. And we've got to get back to that. We cannot shrink back from advancing that truth and advancing our ideas in the public square. We should double down. And I'm so encouraged by what Erica said, his dear widow, that she's going to go out and advance that herself. And that example is going to be very important.
All right, Seven, have a great day at work, brother.
We spoke at a vigil here at LSU.
And I got you on the Discord, so we're
Friday
good.
night. For many students, over 1,000 students filled
I'll be
the
back
arena
on
to a
tonight.
standing room only.
So,
And they're encouraged to go forward. We're seeing that
you can
around
come
the
through
country.
tonight.
I'll be speaking at the memorial service tonight in Washington, D.C., at the Kennedy Center on Charlie's behalf. And you're gonna hear everyone saying that. Don't shrink back. Go forward. Now is the time to advance truth. And I think it could be a true turning point for the country. It's so aptly named.
Do you worry that people will not want to get involved in political conversations in political office? Because frankly, they've got to worry about themselves. They got to worry about their families, people they care about.
They do. It's a calculation that everyone makes when they step forward to serve the public. Not unlike those who serve our country in uniform, on first responders and those who serve in the military. I mean, it takes a certain element of courage. But I want to tell you that I do believe that we can turn this back. This will not be an increasing trend. And if leaders on both sides of the aisle will speak clearly about this, I think we can turn it around. I really do.
One of the tough things you're going to have to deal with politically in the next few weeks is this idea of a potential government shutdown, another divisive issue. Here's what the president said about negotiations on Friday.
If you gave them every dream, they would not vote for it. That's how bad. I told them, don't even bother dealing with them.
So how's that going to work? I mean, in the House, you've got a slim majority, which will still probably require some negotiation within the party. The Senate's a different story, much heavier lift for the majority leader Thune over there. Do you not negotiate? What do you do?
Well, President Trump and I talk about this all the time. We share the same frustration. Democrats currently are playing games with this government funding idea. They're trying to bring in extraneous issues. We've been working towards getting the government funding appropriations bills done in the House. Our appropriations committees worked, by the way, in bipartisan fashion to get all 12 appropriations bills through the committee. We've got 3 of them passed off the House floor. And now we voted just last week to go into a conference committee with the Senate to begin grinding this out. That's how the process is supposed to work. So if there's any Democrats who are trying to suggest that they want to shut the government down, we're going to do everything possible to prevent that from happening. It does not behoove the country. And we may need a short gap funding measure, a CR, for a short period of time to allow the negotiation to continue. But it will be clean in its scope, and I surely hope the Democrats will not try to make this a big partisan fight.
Speaker Johnson, always great to see you. We'll see you back here in D.C. tonight. Thank you.
You got it. Thanks.
Hey, it's Will Kane.
All right, let's keep it moving.
A county high school staff member is under investigation, while a part-time faculty member at College of Sequoias is on administrative leave.
Parents and students up and down the valley are blasting comments that seem to celebrate the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. They say they're inappropriate, no matter what your political beliefs are.
I don't know if this teacher should be fired, but I want us all to agree that no authority figure should be condoning political violence.
Multiple Mariposa County parents angrily addressed the school board during its monthly meeting Thursday.
A teacher who allegedly stated they were glad Charlie Kirk is dead and told MAGA kids to go home and cry.
Parents say there's no room for these comments in the classroom.
These comments send a harmful message that individuals who share Charlie Kirk's opinions or beliefs are somehow deserving of violence or death.
The Mariposa County Unified School District sent parents a statement this week and reads in part, "We are currently investigating a complaint involving alleged comments made by a Mariposa County high school staff member." Over in Tulare County, a College of Sequoias student took this video.
Yeah, I hope every one of his family dies.
and their children, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren to eternity.
The student, who wants to remain anonymous, says prior to pulling out her phone, the teacher told the biology class that he watched the assassination of Kirk on loop for an hour.
I just was very disgusted. I couldn't even stay in the class. I walked out and I was just brought to tears because as someone that watched the video and saw how terrible it was, it just made me so uncomfortable to see that someone could say something like that.
She says this isn't the first time he shared his political view in class. The College of Sequoia sent us a statement saying the part-time faculty member was placed on administrative leave and a full-time employee has taken over the course.
The school districts are going to have to take a look at the contract and see if the contract was violated in some way.
Fresno-based legal analyst David Mugridge says whether these educators can be fired depends on multiple factors. If their contracts don't outline what they can or can't say in an educational setting, he says the school could relieve a teacher for disrupting the classroom. But he says there's little defense for encouraging violence.
For me as a teacher to go into a classroom and suggest that somebody deserved to die and his family should likewise die all the way down to his dogs in his 10th generation, that's inciting violence. And I don't think any contract would protect somebody from saying that.
And of course, we'll follow the situation and see if those lead to any terminations. Reporting live in studio, I'm Hannah Gonzalez, CBS 47 Eyewitness News.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Told that the teacher under investigation is Matthew Theobald. He's a social studies teacher at Spectrum Academy and the president of the Martin County Education Association. This social media comment calling Charlie Kirk racist, misogynistic, and a neo-Nazi have put Martin County teacher Matthew Theobald under investigation.
I don't think we're in support or, disagreement with Charlie Kirk or anybody for that matter. We're in the business of educating students.
The district hired Theobald in 2009. He's now been removed from instructional duties and reassigned to the district office.
He'll be away from students while that investigation is underway.
This comes as the Florida Department of Education released a memo yesterday saying any educators will be investigated if they violate professional and ethics guidelines with, quote, vile sanctionable behavior.
I still believe in free speech, but not hate speech. So if they're going to stop these people from that hate speech, I'm in favor of it.
It sparked a debate on what educators should and should not be allowed to say publicly.
Educate, teach them math, teach them English, teach them how to read. Stop with the political.
Others feel the Department of Education should not police people's personal views.
I think they should look at both sides and have a conversation about it without calling names.
The Department of Education says that teachers could be sanctioned and risk losing their teacher certificate. We have reached out to Theobald and are working to get his response. Reporting in Martin County, I'm Joel Lopez.
That's crazy. These teachers, they're hired to teach. They're not hired to express personal opinions or personal feelings towards anything political, and the fact that they could interject and put this into students' minds and try to brainwash them. It's just not a great way to as a teacher to influence students. I just think that teachers should teach what's on the agenda and educate these kids how to read, do their math, English, all this good stuff that they're all failing at. Schools are not doing really well. We have one of the lowest in the whole world when it comes to education. We're pretty much at the bottom. And I wonder why. So that's why they're getting rid of the Department of Education, because they're not doing shit. So why are we putting in money into a system that's not even working? It's ridiculous. Okay, let's continue on with the news here. Going back to the UK from Australia.
6 police were injured in the United Kingdom march over the weekend, promoted by activist Tommy Robinson. Here's the latest from Sky News UK.
This was the culmination. More than 100,000 people gathering to march in central London, a sea of flags. Unite the Kingdom was the all-encompassing slogan, drawn widely enough to mean different things for different people, whether that was free speech or immigration. At the centre of it all, the anti-Islam activist Tommy Robinson. When Robinson took the stage, it was more like a football match or a festival than a political rally.
We weathered the storm, and today we are the storm.
This was certainly the largest nationalist rally in recent memory. For those here, it was not just the cap to a long summer of discontent, but the start of something bigger.
Let's go to News Corp Europe correspondent and Sky News contributor Sophie Ellsworth joins us live from Westminster. Good to see you, Sophie. Give us your take on the protest there. Well, we had similar protests in Australia, of course, the other weekend. A lot of debate as to how many of the people were sort of nationalist extremists compared to mainstream Australians. Similar debate in the UK. Was this a mainstream protest or mainly hardliners?
Great to be with you, Chris. Look, it really depends on what media outlet you're getting your information from. In some media reports, the protesters here were called far-right extremists. Others were saying that they were simply protesters demanding a stop to illegal migration in the UK and also fighting for things such as freedom of speech and also an end to violence against women and young girls. Look, it was a massive crowd here in central London on the weekend, Chris. The police said there were up to 150,000 protesters marching the streets here. There is a lot of anger in the UK at the moment, Chris. People are very, very annoyed with the Labor government. They're annoyed that there seems to be a cohort of illegal migrants sailing into the UK unchecked and able to stay here. And the weekend really symbolised that there is a lot of discontent in the British public, among the British public.
Yeah, there is no doubt that that issue alone is going to create a lot of resentment with people. We've seen it time and time again. I want to go to a tweet or an ex-post, if you like, from Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, where he said, people have a right to a peaceful protest. It's core to our country's values, but we will not stand for assaults on police officers, fair enough, doing their job for people feeling intimidated on the streets because of their background or their colour or their skin. Britain is a nation proudly built on tolerance, diversity and respect. Our flag represents our diverse country and we will never surrender to it to those who want to use it as a symbol of violence, fear and division. He seems to be really targeting the protest, smearing everyone involved in the protest there. Is that the way it's been taken?
Well, people are really annoyed here, Chris, with Sir Keir Starmer. They feel like he is, really lecturing them on how they can use the British flag. Just coming into Westminster this morning, there's a lot of Union Jack and St George's flags up high on the streets that people have obviously put up there protesting and also signifying that they want to be proud that they are British and they want to be proud of their country. But he is very unfavourable at the moment. His career is in jeopardy, Chris, and he's really come out in a careful and articulate way of having a go at the protesters on the weekend. And no one, Chris, no one in their right mind would think that it's acceptable to attack police. So, of course, those people should be condemned. But it was a largely peaceful protest here in central London, Chris.
It seems incredible so soon after the election, but Keir Starmer's leadership is being speculated about.
It certainly is, Chris. I mean, he's had a couple of major scandals in recent weeks. He's seen the loss of his Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, after she failed to pay the correct amount of stamp duty tax, and she is was the housing secretary, so she's lost her Deputy Prime Ministership. And now he's under extreme pressure because of the appointment of the British ambassador to the US, Lord Peter Mendelsohn, who's also been sacked over his friendship and very close friendship he described with Jeffrey Epstein, who he said was his best pal. Well, he's been tossed out as well. And now there's mountains and mountains of questions to ask Sir Keir Starmer of what he knew and when and why Lord Mandelson was appointed to this role.
Just very quickly, former Prince Harry and the King, they're all sweet again apparently, or is there more to come?
So Prince Harry was here in the UK last week, Chris. He did meet with King Charles the first time in over a year. They had about an hour together at Clarence House. And for once, Harry has been dignified and just said it was a great meeting. He hasn't gone into details. He doesn't appear to be selling his story. He's trying to mend the bridges here. There's an awful lot of bad blood between family members here. We know he's trashed the royal family. And I think finally he's seen the light that he needs to mend the ways because his father is ongoing cancer treatment and his health remains a concern, Chris.
Yeah, well, he's gonna end up dying, right? King Charles is gonna end up dying, and William's gonna take over. And I don't know if his reign is gonna be long. You know, I feel like his reign won't be that long, and who will take over? You know, it's like it's very touchy over there, and with the royal family, and I don't even know why there's royal families anymore. At this point, it's like, what do they do? What do they do for their people and for the world? Because they're not doing shit for their people, and their country is being run by illegals. And why hasn't they stepped up and try to clean and get these people deported out of their country? They're not doing shit, you know? So I don't know what's so good about having royalty if the royalty don't even take care of the people. They don't even care for the people. They just take their money and spend it on themselves. Like, how royally is that? I call that a royal fucking flush. It's bullshit. It's garbage. Throw it away. It's crazy. You know, this is the type of shit that we're dealing with. Like, look at this story. This is not far from Chloe. Holy shit, Chloe, I got a story that's like pretty close to you. How about we watch it together? This is crazy right here.
This is tonight taking a closer look at the circumstances that allowed an illegal immigrant and convicted criminal to remain in the country despite efforts to get him out. The Cuban national is now charged with capital murder for a gruesome machete attack this week at a Dallas motel. Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us live with a closer look at that. Alex.
Hey, Steve, and I can tell you that the suspect remains here in the Dallas County Jail. You know, today we learned new details about why the Cuban national was not deported after serving time in a California jail, despite the fact that there was a federal immigration order in place. Theoretically, 37-year-old Jordanis Cobos Martinez should not have been in the United States when police say he beheaded his boss at a Dallas motel Wednesday morning. The already once convicted Cuban national had been on an immigration detainer when he was released from a California jail on January 13th of this year after serving time for carjacking a woman in South Lake Tahoe while he was naked. But under the Biden administration, who was still in power at the time, he was released due to Cuba not wanting him back.
A country has to actually have a formal agreement with the United States or an informal agreement, either way, saying that they'll receive their deportees back.
We asked attorney Eric Cedillo to help explain what happened, especially because during his second term, President Trump has ordered deportations to a range of third-party countries, from El Salvador to South Sudan and Rwanda, all willing to take them.
It's probably true to suggest that that if this had happened more recently, he probably would be sent to a third country as opposed to being released.
I got an easier method.
Out into the country. So it's a situation where timing had a lot to do with it.
In cases where
you want to hear my method real quick? Real quick. This is so easy to get this resolved, right? All right. His country doesn't want him. Cuba don't want their defectors. They just don't want them back. But this gentleman committed murder. He severed the head of his boss. Easy answer. Kill the motherfucker. Death penalty straight. We don't need to go to court. We don't need a whole trial. We don't need to waste money. We don't need to waste time. We don't need to keep him in our jail system. No. Let's make an example. At 12 o'clock today, on September 15th, 2025, this motherfucker is going to be killed at noon. A public execution that's going to be televised. So that way bring fear into these people so that way they don't commit these type of crimes. How are you going to go around beheading people and then picking up their heads and throwing it in the trash can and still have to be like, oh, should we deport him? Why he can't be deported? Fuck the deportation. His ass is dead. Kill his ass at 12 o'clock. You got 2 hours and fucking 6 minutes to live. End of story. Why we have to go to trial, we have to get an attorney, we have to do all this paperwork that kills trees, kills time. No, kill the motherfucker. He's committed the crime. You arrested him with blood all over himself of the victim. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Easy. Listen, this is so fucking easy. Death penalty. He chopped somebody's heads off. This is why I say this: eye for an eye, right? If you chopped his head off, guess what? Guess how you're going to die? Put that motherfucker in a guillotine and chop his motherfucking head off. Hey, that will bring back fear into a lot of motherfucking crooks out there, and they won't do what is being done. It's just crazy. It just goes straight to the answer. Don't fucking fiddle dick with trying to solve a problem that's unsolvable because the guy is a fucking murderer. Why are we keep talking about a narrative about deporting him? Fuck the deportation. Like, he's not being deported. The only depart like he's gonna do is departing from his body, from his life, and he's gonna be, and that's it. End of discussion. It's crazy, man. It's like, what a waste of time and money and resources and papers and pens and all this stuff that you have to do to go through a fucking case. Is ridiculous. No, if you killed someone and you committed the crime, you're dead at high noon. Same day, no questions asked. That's it. It'll save so much money.
Defendant like Cobos Martinez is in and out of jail. There are a lot of moving parts, from the police to the prosecutors and courts, that can complicate his custody status. But a statement from the Department of Homeland Security puts the blame squarely on the previous administration's policies, saying in part, this gruesome savage slaying of a victim at a motel by Jordanis Cobos Martinez was completely preventable if this criminal illegal alien was not released by the Biden administration because Cuba would not take him back. Adding that President Trump and Secretary Noem are no longer allowing barbaric criminals to indefinitely remain in America. Cedillo says Cobos Martinez would likely be deported to a third-party country now, but he first has to answer to the murder charge here in Dallas, so immigration status may end up being a moot point.
In this situation, they're looking at, a situation where this individual may never get out of jail. He'll probably be doing time here in the United States for the rest of his life.
And we just learned minutes ago from a court official that the suspect is being held on a $1 million bond. Still, he will not get out because of that new immigration hold. Steve?
All right, Alex Boyer in downtown Dallas. Thanks.
I'm telling you, kill the motherfucker, chop his head off. I mean, if this would have been back in the days, let's say in the 1600s, you did the crime, depending on what you did, if you beheaded someone or killed someone, they would chop your motherfucking head off. Shit, they would chop your hands off for stealing. If you was to steal something, let's say an apple, they would go and they would chop your fucking hand off. So that way you won't steal again. That is the capital punishment we need in this country to install fear into these individuals to stop committing crimes. Stop going against society. It's like, be civil. What happened about being civil? These people are not. They're just acting like animals, and they're doing like horrendous, like very harsh crimes against humanity. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Um, I don't know. It's just, you can only come with solutions, but it's up to us to want to solve the problem. Um, let's go on to other news here. All right, let's watch this.
Genocide against Christians in Nigeria has escalated with yet another gruesome killing spree, this time in the Christian majority southern Kaduna area. Truth Nigeria's Mike James joins us now. Mike, what can you tell us?
Thanks, Raj, for having me. This killings happened 3 nights ago in a village called Wake village. And it is located in the southern part of Kaduna State, which is also part of the Middle Belt. And on Sunday night, about 10 o'clock, Fulani militants stormed the village of Wake and started shooting sporadically into the village. And they killed about 7 persons there were killed. And when the next village of Gidana Daji heard the gunshot, they decided to mobilize their local security and see if they could help out the people of Wake. As the youth from Gidana Daji were going to Wake village to see if they could help out, they were ambushed by the same Fulani Fulani terrorists, and 2 of them were killed, bringing the number to about 9. So right now we have about 9 people killed, and about 5 were critically injured. I learned 1 also died, but I cannot confirm that. And the rest were taken to the hospital. A car was burnt and some houses were burnt. Now you will ask again, who are the perpetrators? Of course, they are Fulani militants. That is what we were told, because I was at Kachia yesterday. And what my sources told me, they said they were shouting, Allahu Akbar, we will exterminate you, this infidel. That means Allah is great. We are going to wipe you off the face of the earth. And for now, that is how it is. The village of Wake is in mourning. The people of Gidanadaje too, they are mourning because they lost 2 young warriors who went to rescue or help out their neighbors. So right now we are having a terrible situation. And
so, Mike, what would you say to people who, again, say that this is just tribal herdsmen, this is land disputes, this isn't a religious conflict?
No, this is not land dispute. Now, again, this person, when I was speaking to the locals and the tribal chief, they said the Fulani sent them an emissary, told them that, look, come, we want to discuss with you. We want, in Hausa, they call it sulhu. That is, you come, you negotiate, you give us your land, we'll have access to your land, we have access to your farmland, we have access to your rivers, we have access to your streams, your wives, and then there will be peace. That is not peace, that is actually a takeover of their land. And as the people refused, then they started kidnapping, then they launched this attack. So what we are having is not land dispute. When you say land dispute, it is when probably 2 tribes are quarreling over a land. Maybe one tribe encroaches into the other land, but that is not it. We have a situation whereby some Fulani ethnic militia, and I'm not saying all the Fulanis. We have Fulanis that are armed and that are bent on appropriating or seizing lands that do not belong to them, and then imposing their culture, imposing their religion on people who are not Fulanis. That is what is happening. And when they do that, they kill. You understand? It's not a land dispute. When you're talking about a land dispute, these people come with AK-49 in the night, and the villagers are asleep. The people doing the attacks are Muslims, and the people being killed are Christians. So you don't have land dispute here. What we have is land grabbing, ethnic cleansing, and religious imposition.
Well, Mike, maybe in closing, you and I tragically do a story like this. It seems like every couple weeks, and if it's not you, it's one of your colleagues at Truth Nigeria. And it's not, a fight or something like that. It's always a massacre. It's people being cut up with machetes. The photos that you send are just absolutely barbaric. Why is no one doing anything about this? People ask me at CPN to do something. I'm just here in San Diego, but there seems to be no government pushback, no United Nations pushback. It just seems like this just keeps happening and no one does anything. Why is no one doing anything?
Raj, and I'm going to tell you, the only organization that does this, that helps to enlighten people, is Equipping the Persecuted, led by George Saul, and then Christian Broadcasting Network. That is your organization, and thanks to them. Now, the government media and other conventional media wants to be politically correct. They don't want to say Fulani ethnic militia are attacking Nigeria or Nigerian Christians. They don't want to say the Fulani terrorists are killing ethnic nationalities that are not Fulanis. They don't want to say there is land grabbing. But the fact is, many villages have been taken over by these terrorists. The government will want to tell you that it is fueled by climate change. No, we don't see that. Climate change is maybe as a result of desertification. We don't see desertification, and there are antidotes, panaceas to this climate change. You do ranching, you do air dams, irrigation farming. The government have all this up north, but this tribe called the Fulanis are moving down to the areas where Christians are domiciled, and they are taking over their lands. And when they take over the land, they don't bring in cattle. They bring in their women and men to occupy this land and then rename the land. So it is land grabbing. You understand? Now, again, only Truth Nigeria is doing the accurate reporting, only Equipping the Persecuted, an American organization owned by Mr. George Saul, and Christian Broadcasting Network that is saying the right thing, that is writing and reporting. They don't. We have been, have been blacklisted. I'm sure my colleague Masar Hakim has been threatened, have been called. They say, why are you people, you don't have to say it is Fulani herdsmen. And we ask, who are the people doing the killings? Is it the Americans? Is it the Syrians? Or is it the people from Nigeria? It's not. It's the Fulanis, and they're not hiding it. They are showing it on TikTok, they are showing it on Twitter, and they are sending warning messages that we are going to kill. And the only thing is why the Americans are not getting to understand is because the Nigerian government is not allowing the media to say the right thing, say the truth. And that is why you guys, Equipping the Persecuted, Christian Broadcasting Network, you are doing great. Now, what you can do is by the time you keep amplifying this, the American government will get to listen, they'll get to understand, and then something will be done. But I hope it happens very fast.
Amen. Amen. Well, Mike, I appreciate your time, my friend, and God bless.
Thank you so much, my friend. God
It's
bless.
so crazy. Crazy. Let's continue.
Cell phone video shows the moments right before 5 a.m. A large number of individuals are seen running out of the Louis Vuitton store located at Walton and Michigan Avenue. Its windows smashed in by a pickup truck. The thieves, some carrying stolen merchandise, scatter in different directions, piling into several getaway vehicles. According to police, it was one of those getaway cars that moments later smashed into the unsuspecting driver of this white Honda utility vehicle
goodness.
near Michigan and Ohio. That driver was killed. 5 men inside the getaway vehicle were hospitalized and placed into custody. Police are confirming that 2 more men were later captured in a separate vehicle while fleeing from police near Lakeshore Drive and Roosevelt.
I happened to wake up and saw all the flashing lights, so that's what.
It's just crazy, man.
No,
No, but
The
it's
break-in
okay.
comes less
The
than a
left
week
says this
after a
is perfect.
smash
This
and
is
grab
okay.
at the Rolex store in broad daylight, also on Michigan Avenue, and 2.5 weeks after a crew of up to 10 thieves struck the Louis Vuitton section inside the nearby Nordstrom.
We're going to be installing security bollards in the coming weeks
Shouldn't
That
have
was
to be
something
doing
that was
all that.
planned even before this incident
You know,
happened.
this is
But we shouldn't
bullshit.
have to resort to those tactics.
Exactly.
We're trying to recover the economy of Michigan Avenue. We've had record vacancy rates in recent years. They're finally starting to inch down. This doesn't help.
Hopkins also saying persecuting those perpetrating these crimes is imperative, but so is going after the organized criminal groups behind them.
It's time for judges to get tough, and it's time for sentences to get tough. People who do this need to go to jail, and they need to be held there for a long period of time.
Yeah, a long
so they
time.
can't do it.
I agree. Put those motherfuckers in jail and keep them there for as long as you can keep them in there. You know, it's just right now things are fucking crazy. Like, it's just wild, man. Let's continue on with the news. I got real quick. Let me just recap. I got let me see how many more videos to watch. Two. Let me see. I think two videos. Let me see. What's this going on here? I think just two videos, and then I got some paranormal because I've been finish off my show with some paranormal on videos. So I think we're gonna do that today. We're gonna watch a few paranormal videos here. I got 3 of them open that I want to watch. So it'll be nice if you want to watch too. You're more than welcome to watch. If you can't, that's good. You have to get your day going, get it going, and thank you for coming by. And for those who are rewatching, thank you for rewatching. Truly appreciate you guys a lot. And we got to get this channel up and moving. The subscriber counts is still not moving for some reason. I have no clue why it's not moving, but I'm going to keep pushing, and we're going to make this channel grow organically. But man, every subscriber helps. So if you please subscribe and leave a like and do all those good little things that Tyson tells you to do every day. With that said, let's go ahead and finish off with 2 more news articles, and then I guess 3 paranormal videos that I want to watch. So let's get to it. Let's go to this one here. Oh, this is a new opiate that's out there. Be careful for those who are the drug users. You guys know who you are. Be careful where you get your medicines and your drugs from, because there's this new drug out there that is killing people and is very aggressive. So that's going to be the next story. I have not seen the video yet, but we're going to watch it together. Here we go.
And local law enforcement agencies are warning communities about this trendy new street drug that they say is exponentially stronger than fentanyl. We've told you about nitazene before. It's the synthetic opioid that's been around decades and originally intended as a potential painkiller, but was never approved for medical use because it was too dangerous. Well, now it's popping up on the streets, and the version that agents discovered during a Long Island raid back in August was 100 times stronger than fentanyl. It's the first time the drug has been found on the streets of the American Northeast. News Nation's Alicia Nieves is live in New York with the details. So, Alicia, when did nitazene start getting mixed into street drugs, and how is it being used now?
Yeah, good morning, Marky. DEA agents, as you mentioned a moment ago, discovered this deadly and dangerous drug just a few weeks ago here in New York. They discovered it during this drug bust where there were these fake oxycodone pills with this nitazene compound inside of them that agents had never, to your point, seen before. Authorities believe that cartels in Mexico are smuggling the new pills over the border, but they warn that they may also be being made locally using kind of raw materials sent by Chinese criminal networks. Retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Koffendorfer says nitazene's popularity is rapidly rising with potentially deadly consequences.
This is a rage that's going to hit just like fentanyl. Why? First of all, it's much more potent. 40 to 100 more % potent. In addition, it's less expensive. So this is the perfect combination for drug dealers to sell to addicts because they're looking for a greater high at a cheaper price.
Yeah, this is being called a Frankenstein drug, and it comes as synthetic opioid deaths. That's actually been on a
crazy.
decline, right? According to CDC data, there were more than 43,000 synthetic opioid overdoses between March 2024 and March 2025. That's actually down from 76,000 deaths just 2 years prior. But with this drug, it's really important to know one of the things that makes it so deadly and concerning is that it's resistant to Narcan. That is that over-the-counter drug that helps during overdoses, typically when it comes to opioids, and it also isn't yet detected on testing strips, again, leading to the elevated concern with this drug being on the streets and how deadly it could potentially be, Marky.
Those numbers that you just listed off are staggering. I mean, terrifyingly potent and just a public health nightmare, at least.
To always respond to Narcan.
Showing up in the U.S. and what's happening to try to get it under control?
Yeah, this is really important here. According to a University of Maryland National Drug Early Warning Detection System, we've seen nitazene mostly being shown up in the southeastern portion of the country. I think we have a map that shows a little bit of geographically, more visually, how we see this and where we're seeing this right now. Several places in Virginia, South Carolina, and Georgia, counties there too. But of course, as we mentioned a moment ago, here in New York, we've just seen it. It's spreading to other parts of the country as well, as you can kind of see on this map. Late last month, though, there was a bipartisan bill that was introduced. It's called the Nitazene Control Act, and it was introduced in the House, really trying to get around kind of some of the legal loopholes and skirting that's happening with nitazene being able to be made here in the U.S. Marky. So an important bill to hopefully get passed beyond the House and get this continued bipartisan support. Marky?
Hard to imagine, wrapping your head around a drug that makes fentanyl look weak. It's terribly frightening. Alicia Nieves live in New York. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get
that drug is here in Connecticut. It's up in the Northeast already. You know where it came from, right? Came from Canada, and there's a pipeline that runs through here, through Connecticut into New York. That these drugs, how are we going to combat these drugs that are coming in freely from Canada? What has to happen? What we're doing here? Do we have to build a wall, between Canada and the United States? That's what it has to come to. Like, we have to seclude ourselves and not trust anyone from our neighbors, that we have to build walls everywhere to combat drugs from entering this country illegally. Like, that's what it has to come down to. We have to build a wall between the United States and Canada. Oh my goodness. All right, let's go to the next story, and then we're going to go into my favorite part of the show, the paranormal videos. So let's go ahead and check out this last news feed for this morning. Wake and bake.
This morning, as Russia steps up its aggression, President Trump is raising new conditions for tough sanctions on Moscow.
Europe is buying oil from Russia. I don't want them to buy oil. And the sanctions that they're putting on are not tough enough. And I'm willing to do sanctions, but they're going to have to toughen up their sanctions commensurate with what I'm doing.
Trump saying he'll sanction Russia, but only if NATO countries do the same, and agree to impose sanctions on China, an unlikely scenario. He's also demanding NATO members stop buying Russian oil and gas.
This is, in a way, a bit of an empty threat.
For weeks, the president has threatened Russia with economic consequences, but never followed through, blowing past his own deadlines. On Capitol Hill, the pressure growing from some Republicans who say it's time to act now.
I think appropriate sanctions on Russia are far overdue.
It comes as tension is running high in Eastern Europe. Russia and Belarus holding joint military exercises, as Romania Saturday scrambled fighter jets after Russian drones violated their airspace, the second incursion over a NATO country in less than a week. Just days earlier, Poland forced to shoot down more than a dozen Russian drones that crossed into the country's airspace. Trump has downplayed Russia's drone incursion.
Could have been a mistake. Could have been a mistake.
But Poland insists it was deliberate. Texas Congressman Michael McCall telling ABC he believes it was too.
With all deference to the president, I don't think that was a mistake. I think Putin is testing the resolve of NATO.
It's been 1 month since Trump rolled out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin in Alaska, promising he would face severe sanctions if he didn't agree to a ceasefire. Since then, though, Putin has only escalated the war. And Russia is also, of course, still slow-walking any hopes for peace talks, despite President Trump announcing weeks ago that arrangements were beginning to be made for Putin to finally sit down and talk with Ukrainian President Zelensky. President Trump now conceding this is proving to be more difficult than he initially thought it would be, George.
And Mary, the president making new threats to send troops into American cities.
Yeah, the president is once again escalating his use of the military on U.S. soil. This time, though, he's targeting a Republican state, announcing he's going to be sending in the National Guard to Memphis, saying only he can save the city from crime. The Republican governor is welcoming this deployment, but the Democratic mayor of the city says he doesn't need this, doesn't want it, doesn't think it will bring down crime there. Meanwhile, here in D.C., the president is again threatening to declare a national emergency if local police refuse to cooperate with immigration enforcement, George.
Mary Bruce, thanks.
That's wild. Testing out maybe World War III, you know? This is a perfect time to do a false flag. Perfect time to do a false flag out there in Europe and blame Russia and start something really big that everyone's going to regret. You know, Russia's not very fearful. You know, Russia's really big. That country is so huge, right? And then they got friends. And they got neighbors that are friends, which is China, of course. They're very buddy and exchanging information and weaponry and soldiers. You got North Korea with the little rocket man. You know, he's sending his people over to fight the war too, and a lot of them are not alive because of it. This is very unstable. You know, this has escalated very fast because, you know, the first 4 years of Biden, it just opened the floodgates for Russia to do what they did. And then now they're trying to escalate it faster because they know Trump's in office and he's going to put his foot down at any moment. So they're like, fuck it, let's just throw everything at him, throw what we can at him, you know, and until, you know, we're at the last minute, then we'll go ahead and we'll back down and we'll, you know. But I think they're testing out what Poland has to defend themselves towards anything coming their way. And I feel like Europe, in a sense, they need to really focus on their country. And, you know, these illegals that are in their country, they are causing a distraction that they can't really focus on what's going on with this Russian stuff with Ukraine. And you have battles within and out. And you're like, what the fuck do I do? You know, it's like, get the illegals out of your country. They're going to tear down your country. They're going to fuck up your country. Like, it's already happening. And you guys are just not doing nothing about it. And then when people speak up, you throw them in jail. Like, what the fuck is that? You know, how is that free? There's no free speech in UK. You cannot say nothing bad about an elected official, and you can't say nothing bad about an illegal immigrant without having the police come knocking your door down and taking you to jail. Are you kidding me? That's stupid. Fucking UK, wake the fuck up, man. Like, this is what it's gonna happen. You guys are projecting all this negative, and we are gonna get into a big war with Russia, and then they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and a lot of people are gonna die. You know, I never seen a war won without people dying. You know, there's thousands upon thousands that are dying now. Imagine millions upon millions. Yeah, it's like, what are we doing here? You know, we are attracting. I feel like this is like they want the baby Jesus, the Jesus I call, to pop up and be like, okay, motherfuckers, here it comes. And I think if man, Three Eye Atlas, if it was to fucking stop and stop moving, you know, and hover around Mars, let's say, this world will have the biggest shit that everyone would take because of fear. You know? How about if it's Jesus and the Three Eye Atlas coming this way, and it's going to make itself present, and everyone is going to be judged? It's like everyone's report card is going to come out of them, and you're going to be judged instantly. That's wild, man. And I feel like that's what happens when you die. It's like when you die, you get a report card, right? And when you get to the other side, they go through, they put it through a scanner, and they see all the good and the bad that you've done, and then they determine whether you stay in heaven or you go to hell. You know, and lately a lot of people have been going to hell. I'm just saying, you know, Charlie's up in heaven. He's actually up there talking. That's the biggest fear the Democrats should have right now. They should fear this movement of Charlie's, because Charlie's speaking to Jesus right now, and he's telling him everything that the Democrats have been doing and what has been going on in this planet, and the way of his like intellectual self speaking to Jesus, that should bring fear to every person and every Democrat, like here now. Like, this guy is telling everything, and knows all the dirt, all the dirty deeds that the Democratic Party is pulling off. You know, I truly believe like some organizations need to be put in the terror watch list. You know, we need a terrorist watch list, a domestic one, and I think the LGBTQ LMLP group needs to be in it, and Antifa needs to be in it. They need to be watched. Their people are attacking the innocents, and trying to silence the innocents. You know, lately it's just been all trans, all craziness. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, and a lot of these individuals are turned into the dark side because of the Democrat influence. Prove me wrong. That's what Charlie would say. Prove me the fuck wrong. Anyways, let me get into the paranormal. At least that would keep me more stable, because I hate when I get upset, especially when it's about common sense. It just, I have a piece of Charlie inside of me, and maybe Charlie will speak through me. That would be great. I'll take it. I'll take over. At least it'll make more sense than these fucking Democrats are doing and what they're doing on a daily basis, and no accountability against them. None of them have gotten in trouble like Maxine Waters with her rhetoric and speaking and talking about harming people and killing people, and that they need to stand up against us and the democracy and all this bullshit, like dog whistle bullshit. You know, oh, it's about gun control. No, stupid. How about it's the people? The people that are fucking thinking they get away with it because, yeah, they'll get in charge, they get charged with a crime, and then the next thing you know, they're out of jail. And they think, oh, he was a good boy in jail, so we let him out. He was a good boy. What the fuck is that about? It's like, oh man, Charlie, man, let Jesus know everything, man, because When I die, I'm gonna let him know. And I bet you, and I tell you right now, the world better be fucking scared. The day I die, the world will be fucking in shock. Because I'm gonna let him know everything. Everything. I'm gonna tell him everything. And the people who were good to me and the ones who weren't, everyone's gonna be exposed. Especially the day I die. Oh yes. I tell you, oof, don't doubt me. Because I will do it. And I am going to do it. And I hope Charlie's doing it right now too. I hope he's letting him, letting Jesus know, look, this is what's going on. Look at the Democrats, like the lawlessness. Look at there's nothing that is putting fear into these people to do right. Right? It's like why do we have to fear people to do right? We should already be doing right. We should doing good, for this world and for ourselves. But we got a lot of lawless people doing whatever they want and getting away with it, especially in the Democratic Party. They get away with so much and no accountability, no jail time. They threaten them with jail time. Oh, you get jail time. You know what they get? Nancy Pelosi, this is what you're going to get. No, that's it. Nothing. Not even that. Bring back accountability. Make accountability great again. My God. All right, let me get to the paranormal. That always calms me down. The paranormal always calms me down. So let's just watch and enjoy the next, I guess, hour and a half of paranormal activities. Yeah, it's just the world right now is just be careful the next 2 weeks because I feel like something big is going to happen. I just feel something big is going to happen. I know the Charlie Kirk, when I said it on the show, when I was doing the ending of that show, and then I didn't end the show. That's the 10-hour show that I did. You can see when I end the show, and then I'm like, oh, the show ain't over yet. We got breaking news and stuff. And I kept saying that he's dead. And the reason why I said he was dead and I kept saying he was dead because I felt it in my body. I felt it I was standing, and I will never forget. I was standing between my room and the living room, and my phone was going crazy. And I looked at my phone because when I end the show, it plays an outro. So I have my show banner and I have the exit song, so everybody knows the show's over. And the song is pretty long. I think it's about like 2.5, maybe 3 minutes long. So the ending of the show, and I'm about to walk out of my room to grab myself a water. And then all of a sudden, I just felt this weirdness in my body. I felt it in my arms. I felt it like in my body all around, like death. And I looked at my phone and I looked and the message and my phone was going crazy in my hands. And I'm looking and it's like Charlie Kirk has been shot. And it's like Charlie Kirk has been shot in the neck. And I'm like, I felt that weird energy inside of me, like death, like I knew, and it was such like heat that like the energy is like so strong inside of me, and I was like, man, this guy died, this guy's dead, and I felt his energy. I'm really sensitive when it comes to this type of stuff. If you watch my channel, but I felt him die, and I knew he died. And I text my friend Tyson De La Cruz, and I was like, I believe he's dead. I feel it. I know he's dead. Like I felt that energy inside of me. Like when someone that important dies, you feel the energy inside of you, and it's like this awakening inside. And I knew he died, And I kept saying it. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. I know he's dead. Like I could feel it inside of me. I felt weird. My stomach was hurting. Everything just felt weird. And like an hour later, they say, yeah, Trump comes out and says he died. He's dead. Charlie died instantly. That shot that hit him, it was so severe that he died. They transported him. They took him to the hospital and stuff like that, but he was already dead. And when he got to the hospital, yeah, they worked on him and so forth, but they declared him dead. So the surgery that they were talking about, that he's probably like he's in surgery and stuff, they were harvesting his organs because he was an organ donor. So they were trying to retrieve as much as possible to donate to other people. But I knew he was dead, man. And I go back and I listen to myself when I did that, and listen to the outro and listen to what I had said before I ended the show about warning people the next 2 weeks is going to be crazy. I feel the energy. It's height. Something's going to happen. Something big is going to affect like the world. Everyone. It's just going to affect everybody. Next thing you know, not even a few minutes after I said that, the Charlie Kirk shooting happens. So if that doesn't show how much psychic I am, then I don't know what. And I'm still concerned for the next 2 weeks. I'm still concerned for the next 2 weeks. Like the rest of September, stay high alert. The rest of September, high alert. I see some terroristic acts happening. Like 2 terroristic attacks. I can see like a lot of things happening that is like not good energy wise. But anyhow, that's for another day. That's like psychic stuff, and this is wake and bake. But I'm very psychic, and I haven't done much of psychic work because don't have that much attention, not many eyes, so it's not easy to try to do psychic work and you only have like 2 people watching. It's a little hard, I'm not gonna lie, but that's why I've been getting more into the news and getting in more into like discussion / chill with Tyson on Thursday nights at 7:30 Eastern time. He's a cool friend, and it's great talking with him here. But the Charlie stuff still bothers me because I feel like there's a lot more to it, and it leads to a trail of dirty money, and it goes right back into the Soros. I feel like Soros and the Soros, the son and father. Son has taken over the empire, but I feel like that blood money, their money, is very tainted, and it's been bringing nothing but negative energy into us. And the fact that people just suck it up and they get paid. These people like Soros pays these protesters to do what they're doing, and how is that legal? How is it legal for billionaires to dictate and like control the narrative? How did they get that powerful? And how did they be able to control the elections? It's just, and then they bring in all these illegals, and the fact that we just still keeping them here, and we know they're illegal because they came in illegal, but we want to pretend that they have rights now because they came in illegal and we can't get them out. Like, help me make that make sense. That just does not make sense to me. They're illegal. What's the crime that they committed? They came to the fucking country illegally. When they crossed from Mexico into the United States, at that moment of crossing, it made it illegal. That's it. Why do I have to paint you a picture and show you a pony show? Like, why are you wasting my time? They know they came in illegal and they got to go back. That's the Charlie inside of me. It's like, don't let Charlie come out of Rick. You don't want, like, it's too late. Y'all fucked. It's too late to turn back now. I believe I'm falling. Yeah, come on. It's too late to turn back now. So I'm not going to be here singing, but Charlie, man, he was an important person that was taken away way too soon. Way too soon. I feel bad for him. But with that said, let's go ahead with the paranormal and let's enjoy the show. Let's turn on the volume. Oh, I've been here. If this is Bourbon Street, I was just here 2 years ago. Let me rewind it a little bit here. Okay, I've been here. I went to the Voodoo Priestess and had a reading. I had a reading done, and I ended up picking up this mask right here. This is a voodoo mask. It's a third eye voodoo mask. And ever since I got this mask with me, I've been seeing everything has been exposed, open. Like I could see everybody exposing everybody for who they are. And I've been seeing just like how the Democrats have just been openly talking nonsense and crimes and not be held accountable for it just blows my mind, because if I was to do the same thing that they're doing, I'll end up in jail. I end up in jail with the same threats that they've been committing. If I was to do that, they would throw me in jail. How come they're not being held accountable for it? And how come they think they have power? They were elected officials to be the voice of the people, not to take over and think that they're like some kind of dark lord. Like, no. Like, that's why I like, what hope do I have for this government if the government is like a trap? It's just a fucking trap. But I did a voodoo. I went to see a voodoo priestess. I did and priestess and a priest. They did my reading. They told me how special I was and how unique I was, and like very, very third eye, gifted, see things, hear things. I knew all this already. Like, this is just all confirmation that I already knew. And they recommended me getting this right here. And $1,200 later, 1,200, 1,200 later, it's here with me. And my vision has been just wide open, third eye. And I would like to get back into readings and doing energy readings with people and talking to people, having them ask me questions, and then I'll tell them how I feel about certain things, and just going with the third eye. And I want to do more of that. I really do. It's my passion. It's my gifts, and I don't want to be silenced. I want to be like Charlie. I want to show you what I'm capable of, you know. And with that said, let me go ahead and show you guys. And this is cool that we're watching this. And this is from New Orleans, and I was just there 2 years ago, and very good memories. The reading was amazing. This mask, very powerful, very powerful. I got this dragon's blood sage from there. These candles right here, I got them from the voodoo priestess. These are the ones that they recommended me here. And I got more little stuff here, like this bag of sage that I always keep near me. Dragon's blood and bay leaves bundled together. This is all bay leaves. It smells so good. It smells so good. And I keep them here next to me. So with that said, let's enjoy this show. And yeah, we'll talk after.
So we made it. We're here in New Orleans, about to get some Cajun food.
Yeah.
You about to eat what? What are you trying to get? Mussels, oysters?
Oysters.
I'll
eat 50 oysters today.
Yeah?
I'll eat over 50 oysters.
Oh, check that out.
That's pretty creepy looking.
People visiting New Orleans would probably be surprised to see just how many like voodoo shops there are and how knowledgeable the people that work there actually are. It was super interesting to learn.
We're here. We're in the home of voodoo right now.
We obviously got a feel for the town the first night. We went out, had a couple drinks.
One day I got on my knees and I prayed, just looking up on my soul, saying, God, could you please guide the way? Show me peace I don't know. I felt trapped inside of my room, knowing that I can't leave. I can't face the world today, overwhelmed with anxiety.
First night in New Orleans, tracing down the voodoo queen, Mary LaRose.
Lord, I am so sorry, this is not an excuse. I just wanna ask and I cast my cares on you.
Wow. We asked around, met some locals, and they gave us a name, Jacob Dragon, a man that is super knowledgeable about the particular subject we are investigating. So we decided to pay him a visit and get a tarot card reading.
I've never actually had a real tarot card reading or visited a real psychic. This was my first time doing so, but I definitely wanted to see what kind of information I'd be able to get from the cards.
What kind of answers? From the other side, just trying to see if there's truth behind it. Just any kind of contact. We look at it like we'll use any kind of instruments to get answers.
But you're looking to prove it in some objective manner, is that right?
Yeah. Kind of been tampering with some
I
things.
want to see if you fucked yourself over
that
doing
part.
shit that you shouldn't be.
I mean, you can get in trouble just being in a graveyard and being disrespectful.
What I will say, though, is that the cemeteries here be extremely respectful.
Right.
If you are attempting to have some communication with spirits, nothing is going to make you 100% safe in those situations, but you are a lot more likely to come out unscathed if you have a respectful approach.
Right, right. And that's what we usually do.
I would not be one of those like trying to like provoke.
When the death card flipped, I think me and Casey both kind of got the chills.
One of the cards that flipped was the card of death, and I think Tanner and I looked at each other like, whoa.
All right, so I'm gonna give this kind of an overview first. In general, I would say this is a fairly positive overall outlook, especially given your question. But there are some problematic elements operating.
Like the death card.
He basically said a lot of good things, but there was a few things that were questionable.
So we'll start with that one, mainly because I don't like staring at you the whole time. So the death card actually does not mean that you or anybody else is imminently about to die. And just as a full disclaimer, if you know someone in the near future that does die, this card has nothing to do with it. I do actually.
Yeah, of course.
The problem that the card represents is actually more of a worldview and kind of a self-image problem, where you have this idea that in order to make anything good happen or to produce any value for other people, that you have to sacrifice or suffer in order to produce some effect.
It was definitely a bit spooky, and cards came up that related to me, the Gemini, and me being like some sort of guidance for him.
This card here, this is the Knight of Swords. This is one reason that I think you are making it through this relatively clean so far. Gemini is an air sign, and in general, the air signs are more rational, cerebral, logical kinds of personalities.
So the funny thing is, this guy here, he's been a friend of mine for a while. And he started doing these investigations recently with me. And the first thing that you said about this card was like, the reason that I'm moving through this so kind of like cleanly and untouched, is because you said Gemini, right? Yeah. He's a Gemini.
All the stuff we actually learned about Laveau, it was really badass.
Mary Laveau. We kind of traveled out here because we wanted to learn more about her. And we plan on visiting her tomb or crypt. Any recommendation or advice on any type of offering or any way to get any kind of interaction do you think that would be the best route?
Here's what I would do. For one, you have to realize she was a video practitioner. Video is an African diaspora religion. If you have any at all sense of entitlement going into that,
it's not going to be good.
But if you were looking to have some kind of an actual encounter or something or song or signal or whatever, you're more likely to get it if you have made some respectful
approach. Okay.
He gave us a lot of valuable information as far as future investigations, as far as what we're doing.
There's a reason that for thousands of years people leave offerings of food on their altars, offerings of water, offerings of liquor, whatever. It's because the spirits, even the deities, whatever that they're interacting with, can actually partake of that energy.
Okay.
And food, especially if there's anything like a human spirit, we've bonded with humans over, for hundreds of thousands of years by sharing food.
Sharing food, yeah.
All right, so now we're approaching the shrine, and this is said to be even like more of an important site than her actual grave because her body was believed to be stolen. So we have some offerings that we're going to go offer to her shrine, and we're hoping that'll get us maybe some way to get closer or communicate. Ready? Yeah, let's go. People say if you leave offerings at her shrine, she'll typically do what you wish for. A lot of people wish for things like wealth and health, and Tanner and I, the only thing that we asked for was for her to communicate with us.
All we asked for was communication. A lot of people asked for blessings or health or whatever. All we wanted was a chance to communicate with Marie. We were given a tip of a location to go to, but we could only access it by boat, so we had to actually get a canoe.
Let's see, what do we got? 8-person modified, $84. 6-person dome tent. Looks good to me. Oh, let's go. Ready? I'm fucking as ready as I'm gonna be. 10 to 12 foot alligators. Yeah, let's go.
Crazy. I went there. It was a nice trip. I had a really good time. You could feel the energy of a lot of death
Apparently back over here, across this,
there's dry lands, woodlands, and this is where a lot of the voodoo activity and rituals would actually take place. And the only way for us to reach that is by hopping in this small ass canoe, paddling over there with our camping gear, and spending the night there to see if we can make contact or make any kind of activity. These are all mosquitoes.
Yep.
All right, so I think we got everything. We got food for the night for those. We got the tent, sleeping bags. We got all of our equipment. All right, I'll do it. I think we're ready. How you feeling, Tim? Yeah, we got a ways to go still. Yeah. Keep rolling. Once we made it down the back canal, it got really narrow and there were tons of lily pads. You know that this is gator infested waters.
Yep. Alligators.
Like a small opening to find a camping ground, which is fucking insane. I feel like we're almost
Even on the island could be gators.
Right
yeah, they sleep and they it's just crazy.
I think this is it, bro. Looks like the closest we're gonna be able to get, honestly. All right, let's pull our boat up.
Here, I'll pull you up a little bit.
Yeah, they gotta get in the water.
All right, so we just found a flat area. Looks like a little clearing where we might be able to pitch the tent tonight. We're gonna try to set it up real quick. Let's see what you got back there. A whole lot of nothing. So, if anything,
Thunder.
this seems like the only spot that we could get out here, but apparently this is where this woman used to come. It's starting to rain. We really need to hurry up and set this tent up. As soon as we started taking gear out of the boat, the rain started coming. It started pouring rain.
Wow. And when it rains, it pours there.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty flat spot to me.
Cold.
Yeah, it's getting really cold and it's starting to rain. Okay.
Damn, they don't have a pop-up tent? Oh, that's
We started
crazy.
building our tent in the rain. We needed to get our shelter as quickly as possible.
Hell no, I have a pop-up tent. I'm not gonna be doing all that work. Crazy.
I mean, I'll grab the spotlight, but like, I'm not comfortable being right next to whatever the is moving. I'm not even joking. See those two bushes right there? Yeah. That's just try to move it like hard, like something like walking past it. And that's like what? 10 feet from on 10, 5 feet. I don't know what the fuck is over there, dude.
Yeah. Remember when we were saying, oh, we're just going to go find the Voodoo Queen's hangout spot? Like, no problem. Yeah. We're like, oh, when we go to New Orleans, we'll check out her grave. You know, try to go communicate with her because she's kind of a big name in this world.
Yeah.
Can get in a boat, canoe, like 2 miles.
Yeah.
Build a tent in the rain. Like, what the canoe, like 2 miles.
Yeah. build a tent in the rain. Like what the?
Oh, I saw something right there.
Canoe, like
In the
2
back.
miles.
Right there. It looked like a face or something.
Dude. Build a tent in the rain. Like what the?
We could also hear branches breaking around us the whole time.
There's fucking branches breaking and shit moving over there.
Bay leaf.
It sounds big.
I burned some sage and some bay leaf. I always like to burn them. I try to do it every day.
All right. Well, hopefully, the more noise we make, the more it'll stay away from us.
It's not a comfortable feeling. It felt like being in the real life Blair Witch Projects.
I don't know
Yeah.
if like there's enough dry land out here for it to be like a bear or anything. Maybe a huge gator. I guess we brought beef jerky.
For reals.
Awesome. All right, so I guess we're just gonna keep rolling according to plan. Did you bring that that doll?
Mm-hmm.
This is Chloe from Myrtle's Plantation. She got her ear cut off for listening to stuff she wasn't supposed to, and poisoned and murdered owner of the home's 2 daughters and wife while he was away on business.
This is your way to communicate with us right now. Is there anything you would like to tell people? What about this doll? How do you feel about this? Oh, you hear that?
Heard something.
How do you feel about this?
I thought I heard like it.
Like it? You like this doll? Marie, can you say something to the Ovilus, please? Give me something. Give me a sign. Give me anything. Equal what?
Want to be treated as an equal?
Oh, we're safe?
Okay, that's good.
She says safe. I don't feel safe.
We were getting some activity on the spirit box. We weren't sure exactly what it said at the time, but we were hearing all around us.
Outside the time I was going to tell you I heard steps to my right, but I didn't want to freak you.
Yeah, I heard steps behind me. The footsteps are getting loud, dude.
Oh, yeah.
You hear that,
yeah,
right?
No, there's something out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We should probably chill on the spirit box.
It's light.
That sounds fucking close. Dude, grab my gun.
You can get the...
This shit ain't going down like that, dude.
It got to a certain point where I felt like, you know what, this, I don't like being inside of a tent and not being able to see what's around me.
You know what I'm thinking? What if I don't like not being able to see anything, and now that the rain's kind of letting up, maybe we go outside and light a fire.
Okay.
We could light a fire.
Yeah.
And we could keep running our tests, but then at least everything will be lit, and we could see what's going on. I don't like feeling like I'm trapped in a box with walking around. You know what I mean?
With no visibility.
One, two, three.
Marie Laveau, if you're out here with us, can you please communicate with us through the board? Instead of breaking branches and making footsteps around us, can you give us some clear communication? We can give you a while if you'd like. We just want to talk.
Marie, earlier you were trying to talk to me. I could hear you through the spirit box. You told us we were safe. Are we safe? Can you say yes?
It doesn't really feel safe out here. Is this where you came to perform your rituals? You can move this to yes or no.
could spell something out if you'd like. You could give us numbers. Can you give us any kind of sign? We came a long way just to be here and communicate with you. Try to spin it again. Let's go. Marie, now's your time.
Talk to us, Marie.
Move it to goodbye? Yep. So we've already done the spirit box now for about 20 minutes. Done the Ouija board, haven't gotten anything. We could leave the Ovilus running, and we could leave the EMF detector on. But I kind of just want to like sit out by the fire with the gun for a little while.
Yeah.
And just make sure there's no like big animals out here.
Yeah. It's freaky out here, man.
It is freaky. Long day. Canoeing, hiking, camping, getting rained on.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like we did all this shit for nothing.
Yeah. I mean, we got a little tiny something out of the spirit box, but I didn't feel anything like something like concrete, you know?
Yeah. Seems like whatever was out there kind of stopped moving around as much too.
Finally went to sleep.
Hope so. That would be nice. I could just prop this up somewhere so we can both chill. I don't gotta hold this thing. That's the one thing that sucks about being a vlogger. You know, you have to hold the camera all the time.
You gotta have the right vlog kit. That was actually pretty cool. It had a little fire looking in it.
There you go. Bam.
Damn, that's gangster.
There it is. How you guys like that? You like that? Leave a comment down below. You know, it's weird thinking about uploading the video, being in the middle of nowhere, telling the viewers, leave a comment down below.
Right now, you're kind of just talking to yourself.
I am.
But
later,
you'll be
I'm going to be talking to
somebody,
them. Yeah. It's weird. It's
That's
cool.
funny.
You know?
Leave a comment.
Well, the morning's going to be a long morning.
Yeah.
Because we got to pack everything again.
Take
Get
our
back in that
asses out.
stupid ass boat again. I will say this is probably going to be a lot nicer in the daytime, though. You know? How creepy was that? Like going through that dark ass swamp.
Just
like that.
gators.
Yeah.
You saw the one set of eyes.
I don't think I was recording that when we saw the eyes.
Oh, no shit.
No, I don't think I got that on camera. But
It
we
wasn't
saw,
like
we
an
saw a set of
intense
eyes.
moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty distant, but
It's like a small alligator. I think it was probably like maybe a foot and a half, just like one eye sticking out of the water, glistening, and then it went under. Nothing big, but we get ourselves into some crazy shit, huh?
this trip has been fucking, I love what I do.
Yeah.
But it's exhausting, dude.
It is pretty exhausting. Dude, you got all over your back. No, I mean like it looks like bug bites or something. Dude, that looks like a handprint on you for real. I'm gonna take a picture and show you. Hold on. There's another one over here.
These weren't scratches. These were very clearly defined, and you could see small handprints, much smaller than mine, much smaller than his.
Dude, that looks like a handprint on you for real. I'm gonna take a picture and show you. Hold on. There's another one over here. That's fucking crazy, dude.
They were like little kids' hands. They were too small to be an adult, and their handprints.
That's crazy. Look at that. Little prints.
Yeah, that looks like handprints, and it's like small.
Look at that.
I'm not even joking.
I started getting a really, really bad feeling in my gut.
I'm
Wow.
not feeling too hot.
Wow. Oh, extremely ill.
Sick. Dude, your stomach's up. No, you're straight.
I thought I had seen like the worst of what we were gonna see, and then Casey started acting like all funny, like just sick, and wasn't talking to me.
You feeling all right, bro?
Oh shit. Here we go. You've been warned. It's gonna get crazy. We should get a countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You good, bro?
Ew.
Homie.
I don't want to see vomit. It's black.
Good, homie.
Ew, black. Ew.
I've never thrown up black vomit in my entire life.
Whoa. Oh, goodness.
I couldn't catch a breath because I kept gagging and puking up this black stuff.
It's like hard to breathe. Here, stand up. Hey. What do you want? Water? We gotta go.
Wow.
You alright? No. I think I'm gonna puke again.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe in my mind at the time I'm thinking food poisoning.
I've never seen anybody throw up black shit like that. But
Yeah.
I knew we had to get going and get him seen.
We gotta pack up the boat, man. Yeah, let's go.
We had to row 3 miles through alligator-infested waters just to get back to the vehicle.
Damn.
While I felt like I was dying.
Oh no, large alligators started circling their canoe. Ew, no. But that one looks like it's swimming away. Look at that one there. That's a big one. That's a big gator.
I don't know what's up with him. That black shit that came out of him was fucked up, so I've never seen anything like that. The whole time in the car, Casey was just kind of sleeping in the passenger seat. I was worried about him. I didn't know what was going on with him, so we got him to urgent care.
They gave me some anti-nausea medication, and I took a few of those pills. I felt better within an hour. They didn't want me to leave until I did feel better, so I stayed in there. And once I started feeling a little bit better, they said I was good to go. A lot of people say, you don't try to communicate with the other side, especially not a voodoo priestess, a well-known voodoo priestess who's supposedly the queen of voodoo. But that's what we do. So we decided we wanted to try and communicate.
I honestly don't think that we made communication with LeBeau.
Whatever did make communication with us was something much darker.
Whatever marked me or made Casey sick, I don't think it was her.
I don't know if it was connected or not, but me throwing up black vomit in the morning, it didn't really feel like we were with a peaceful entity.
The interesting thing is, as we learn more about the history, she has had 6 or 7 children. Only one of them made it to adulthood. So the handprints were from a child. I don't know if that's connected somehow.
I don't know if this was some kind of voodoo curse that was happening to us or not. We tried to communicate. We asked you to communicate with us, but
I don't think we had any communication with Marie.
everybody always says not to mess with voodoo, and we like testing those boundaries. We like seeing if we could get reactions from the things that other people are mostly scared to try.
Yeah, like I'm not afraid. I've been through a lot myself. And I saw Voodoo Priestess in New Orleans, and I had a great reading. And like I said, this was where the mask that's where it came from, was from New Orleans, from the Voodoo Priestess. And it's a third eye mask. This is, well, one of one. You can find probably something similar to this one, but this is the one and only third eye mask, and very powerful. It's opened up my mind and my vision to be more clear, and it's gonna be with me until the day I die, and then it's gonna be passed on like the mask, like the movie The Mask. Like, it's just special. It's a special mask. It's only for certain people that has really strong hindsight of the future, the past, and the present, and is one with energy and sensitive to energy and a good listener. When you listen, you hear more, and I always pay attention to everything and listen to everything. But with that said, let's go on to the next video here that I have. Let me just set it up real quick. I hope you guys are having a good morning. Should be we're heading to afternoon pretty soon. This is like the brunch hour. We're at brunch. And it's 11:15 in the morning, and let's go ahead and continue on with the show. Let's check this out. The Scratch House.
Got a little kitchen over here.
Pennsylvania. Wait, it's at 11:15 also. Wait a minute.
I'd like to communicate.
That is such a coincidence.
Almost immediately upon entering the house, word just started spitting out of
It's
the
at
office.
11:15. Give me 1 second. Let me bring this back a little bit. Here, look. It says 11:15, and we're at 11:15. But that's at night. Look, 11:15 p.m. And I was talking about this. It was 11:15 in the morning.
I'd like to communicate. What are you getting?
Funeral.
Wow.
Almost immediately upon entering the house, word just started spitting out of the ovulus.
Fresh.
That's wild.
Disc. Did you have a funeral recently?
Leader shown.
Said fresh. Was the funeral fresh? Oh, whoa. Hold on. I'm getting a reading already.
Oh, that startled me a little bit.
After visiting so many locations, capturing nothing, it was super exciting to get some activity immediately.
Right here.
Us.
Us? Does that mean that's
us?
That's us? We're here? It's going nuts. Right here. There's no power outlets anywhere. There's no like power on the wall. Hey, back up a little.
I see
It's
it.
not you. Oh, that thing's going crazy. One of the EMF detectors started squealing, which is an indicator that there is some sort of presence there with us. So this
Right
might
out,
be, this
yeah,
might be
right
our
out the
room.
gate.
Yeah, as soon as we came in.
That's the noise it makes?
Yeah, it like squeals and makes static.
It gets louder as if you get more.
Okay, so look, I come closer to the wall, it stops.
It's right at that entrance.
It's right here. Is there somebody standing here that would like to communicate? Can you make Tanner's ovulus say anything? Okay, come over here with the ovulus. See if you get a spike over here. Is this where you're at? It's kind of fizzling out now.
Keep moving.
Yeah.
I can't explain it, but something was different about this place immediately.
It's a wild looking place. What's over here? What is this?
Just a little room.
Just go outside. Oh yeah. Got like a back patio or something. That's crazy to get spiked like that as soon as we come in. This thing blips a lot, like little blips.
Yeah.
But until it makes noise, I think that's when it's like
Actually
official.
getting a reading.
Yeah. Oh. It started to do something right here.
Yeah, I haven't gotten anything on the Ovilus since we entered the kitchen, or it was actually the dining room that it started going off.
Weird rooms, man. Got that old lady vibe, definitely. Yeah. Are you in your bed? No. Oh, no. Thought it was making a little chirp. Still nothing. What do we got over here? Just a little bathroom. Let's see what's in this room.
If there's anybody here with us, just feel free to communicate with us through the devices we have in our hands. If you make your presence known, Casey's EMF detector will go off. If you want to tell us anything, just go ahead and talk me through the Ovilus in my hand.
Oh yeah, look, it's getting little tiny blips without even moving. Was this your room? Oh, that was two. That was twice. Was this your room? Can you make it blink twice if this is yours? No? Is that a no? Okay, I'm taking that as a no.
Well, you said, is that a no, and then you got two.
Is this where you hang out? Shove us.
Percent.
Oh, this is a wild looking room. Was this your room? Is this where you like to hang out? Can you talk to Tanner through the Ovilus?
Can you slur?
What does that mean? We need more than that.
We need something clear.
Yeah.
I feel like I like put it in the bed, like in case it was their bedroom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Got a little mini closet. You know I don't like the little closets. They freak me out. It's like small closet. Yeah. Let me see. Oh no, it's just like, yeah. Just junk in the closet. What is this? There's another one. Okay.
Oh no.
Stairs. Whoa. While exploring the house, we found a doorway in one of the bedrooms that had a very narrow staircase leading up to what appeared to be an attic. Yeah, that looks fucking creepy. What is this, an attic? Oh. Just not clear. Let's go up and see if we get anything up here. We're here to communicate with you. Can you light this up? Oh, that's close. Can you light this up?
This thing's steep.
Oh shit, Case. Oh fuck, are you good?
That was fucked up.
Dude.
You alright?
Yeah, what was that like?
I don't know. It's like
I'm like fucking bracing you up.
While we were climbing the stairs, all of the devices started going crazy. And then all of a sudden, it felt like something literally just slapped the EMF detector out of my hand. My arm.
Your shit just like exploded.
No, my arm just felt like it got slapped.
Casey actually fell backwards. I did my best to catch him.
Can you light this up?
These things are steep.
Oh shit, Case. Oh fuck, are you good?
That was fucked up.
Dude.
You alright?
Yeah, what was that like?
I don't know. It's like
I'm like fucking bracing you up.
My arm.
Your shit just like exploded.
No, my arm just felt like it got slapped.
Casey actually said that something
had swatted the EMF detector out of his hand.
Wow.
All right, I'm coming up. Can you please not push me? Oh, it just says shove us on the fucking Oculus.
Yeah. Yeah, no, when we're downstairs.
Can you please not shove us?
So that was a threat.
That's what I think. It's kind of chirping again, too. Oh, what is this room?
Scratch.
Oh, no.
Scratch.
I literally, dude, look at my arm.
Knowing that Scratch is the name that the owner gave to the entity, when we heard it come out of the Ovilus, it gave all of us an extremely eerie feeling in that moment.
I just got goosebumps. When the Ovilus said Scratch, I felt every hair in my body stand up, like an electrifying feeling of contact with something else.
Scratch. She said there's scratches all over this house. When we interviewed the lady, she
Oh,
said,
dude, look at my arm. Look, I got fucking goosebumps right now. I feel it, dude.
Hey, remember his nickname was Scratch, too.
So you like scratching things in here, huh?
Yeah,
And your nickname is Scratch.
She was talking about that door that had the scratch
Dude,
marks.
look, come look at this room. What's the purpose of this room? And I'm not even talking like from a paranormal aspect. Like, why would she have a room set up like this and not even mention it?
The way the attic was set up was really strange. It actually seemed like it was set up for a single child with the rocking chair pointed towards the window.
No.
To me, that feels like she's almost like catering to the ghost. Like, why would you have a room set up like this?
And I mean, we don't know this lady, you know?
Yeah.
So,
unless she sits up here, but like this just feels weird up here. You feel that?
this is for a kid.
That is for a
You
kid.
know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
this is just looking out into the forest.
Bro, I'm not feeling this right now. That thing saying Scratch, and I got like a heavy feeling up here. This is a weird house,
Dude,
bro.
I instantly got the cold sweats as soon as I walked up the stairs.
Yeah, this is a weird house.
It's like whatever it is, he is, she is, did not want you in this room.
Remember when she said that she doesn't have any pets?
Uh-huh.
But there's like all these scratches all over the house? We noticed there was scratch marks all over the doors and the hallways, and this is exactly what the owner was telling us she was experiencing.
There's scratches all over the floor right here, too.
Well, this is like something scratching to get out.
Oh, that's on the inside?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this one. Dude, she's not fucking around.
Oh, look at these.
Yeah, definitely get some close-ups of this. This is insane.
Every scratch mark were all in rows of 3. 1, 2, 3, side by side.
And they're in threes too.
And nothing on this side.
You know they say threes is like a evil indicator.
Yeah, Scratch.
Yeah,
I'm already
Scratch. And then
kinda
there's already
right.
threes. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I think we just found a great candidate for some activity here.
Yeah, I know.
I was already tense because when we heard Scratch, I know that name is associated with the devil or Satan. And when the prism light started going off immediately, it was horrifying.
So the Yes or No Prism is a new device that we got this season, and it's supposed to be a directional EMF detector. If it goes off on one side, it'll light up green, which is supposed to be positive, meaning yes. And if it lights up on the other side, it'll light up red, meaning no. And honestly, I've never seen this device going off as precisely as it did in this location. Are you here with us right now? I know this is a room where we were getting a lot of readings. Is this is your name Scratch? Ooh.
Yes.
Oh, it's like
Obvious,
Wow.
yes. Oh.
that thing is insane.
Oh, I have so much goosebumps right now in my body. You know what? Let's try a random question, like a random name. Is your name Elizabeth? Didn't get.
That's pretty clear.
Your name is your name Elizabeth? This is crazy.
A trip, dude.
Whoa. I've never, like, seen answers that fucking clear. That's crazy.
I'm not trying to bitch out. This is making me feel so weird right now, dude.
Oh, this is weird. Even for me, this is a lot. Do you want to harm us?
Yes. Wow.
It's one of those nights.
I'm getting sweaty.
I already am.
Legit, I'm just getting fucking sweaty.
It's one of those nights, bro.
Yeah, why is it so hot?
It wasn't though when we came here.
No,
Like it's significantly hotter.
We come in peace. If we do not try to disturb you or upset you, can you be peaceful and communicate with us?
Okay.
That was pretty fucking strong. All right, so let's ask some questions like maybe try to figure out the origin of it, right? Like where it came from.
We could ask if it was a previous resident.
Yeah. Were you a previous resident in this house?
Wow, green. Look how quick.
Okay.
Were you a physical resident in this house?
No one yet.
Hold the fuck up.
So you want to talk to us,
Yeah.
but like for whatever reason, we're not welcome.
Yeah.
Maybe we haven't made our intent clear enough.
How about wait, I got a good one. Have you been here longer than 10 years?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Have you been here 50 years?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been here since this house was built?
No.
No.
Were you here before?
Did you come here because of someone that lived in this house, maybe a previous resident?
Yes.
Okay. So someone brought you here.
That's what I was trying to ask.
Brought them here. Like against their will? Were you brought here against your will?
Yes.
Wow.
Was there rituals involved?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
So
No, you're good, bro.
maybe
What the hell?
there's some resentment, some animosity from what happened, obviously.
Yeah.
So like, how do we break through? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Can you make the Oculus say something? What? Did you hear that?
That was
Sounded like a couple of like thuds, but it was like here, right?
While using the prism, we heard a faint knocking sound coming from the living room,
Wow.
but it was actually coming from below us.
Can you see a flashlight?
like from below.
Right there. I felt the vibration.
It was like a thud on the floor, right?
Yeah.
It didn't sound like it was above us, right?
Definitely.
To me, it sounded like it was like right here.
right there.
Like it came through like the wall, or like I just felt it like vibrate, literally. Casey had mentioned during the initial interview, the owner of the house had said something about a basement.
Oh, she said there's a basement here. Let's see if we can find the basement.
Try to find the access.
Maybe it was like
Well, it's definitely not. There's no access from inside.
we checked all the doors up here.
Yeah.
We'll just do a lap around the house.
Yeah, let's go see if there's anything. Oh, you know what? We haven't gone out here yet. You want to go out back?
Yeah.
As above, so below. Oh boy.
Hey, there's an entrance over here.
Said none head through plants, children.
Ugh, spider web all over me, man.
Dude, this whole thing is covered in spider webs.
I don't like spider webs.
Oh yeah, big spider just chilling on the door. Oh, good. Look at that. Oh. Whoa. The scratches on the door of the basement were so clearly defined, and the weird thing about it is they were outside as if something were trying to get in.
That is so fucking clear.
Oh, dude, it's acting up towards the scratches.
Wow.
There's scratches all over this fucking door.
Let's open it up and
I'm
see.
just afraid to walk right now. I can't see much because it's in the viewfinder.
Oh, these fucking spiders on me.
Oh, great.
Hello? Got a little washer and dryer down here.
Cole, come check out these scratches.
Wow.
That's hardcore.
That is just straight up.
That's like someone clawing with
Yeah.
their fingernails.
Trying to get in though.
Mm.
This is crazy. Dude, it's freezing in here. It's cold. You feel it?
Can you see
Yeah,
it?
I just saw your
Did
breath.
you see it?
Yes.
We felt the temperature drop in the basement, which is usually a huge indicator of some sort of presence. And we even saw Casey's breath for a couple seconds, but then it just kind of seemed to disappear.
You can notice it.
Dude, it's like 100 degrees upstairs and it's ice cold down here. You down here? It's ice cold in here. Oh, dude, what is
I'm
this?
gonna open it.
While we were in the basement, I noticed some loose bricks in the wall, and the only thing that I could think of was this has to be some kind of hiding spot for something.
There's 3 bricks loose.
Mm.
What is that?
Oh, they're too tight.
Are they?
I don't know.
I don't know, man. To me, that looks like that could be something.
I can see in there.
That could be something like someone hid.
Yeah.
Attached to an entity
Exactly what I'm thinking.
from the homeowner
Exactly what I'm thinking.
many years ago.
People do that. Like, they put weird shit in
Jars
houses.
of urine, like
Yeah.
body parts, bones.
Doesn't want to move, huh?
You can get it in there.
Oh,
Yeah,
there we go. That boy.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay.
Oh, dude.
Charred remains of something.
What was this used for?
Is that clothing? There's something right here.
Oh, what is that, dude? What is that, bro? Oh, it's fucking wet in there. What the fuck?
Sideways.
While checking out the hole in the wall, I actually got something on the tip of my finger, and I have no idea what it was, but it was fucking disgusting.
What is that?
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
I don't know. It's on my fucking hand.
Oh, God. What the fuck?
Whatever was buried behind the wall looked like charred remains, and to me, it seemed organic. There were flies coming out of the wall.
Can we,
You should probably wash your hand.
get a glove or something? Or...
There's flies. Look,
Yeah, that's some type of charred remains.
there's flies in here too.
Yeah, that is charred looking, right? What's up with the bricks there?
Why does it smell? You smell that too?
Yeah, it's kind of like dank, almost like.
Is that water
sour.
dripping? I just saw water drip. Hey, you got the ovulus?
Yeah, it's right here. What if we stick that bitch in there?
Oh, dude, you know what? That's like spores growing.
From the water?
Be careful. Yeah, there's mold in there. I mean, there was scratches trying to get in.
What
I
a
feel like
spider.
whatever it is was trying to get in here for a reason. It was so cold when we came in here.
Well,
We've never done a 3-man Ouija board. I think tonight's the night.
I personally don't like using Ouija boards. I know Tanner and Casey like to use Ouija board on investigations, and with my past negative experiences, they all came to mind in that moment, and I was definitely not thrilled to be a part of it. All right, you guys know how I feel
Oh, this is weird, man. This is a lot.
Something definitely felt off in the basement, and with that hole in the wall, unknown remnants of something there, we decided, let's go ahead and set up a Ouija board session down here and see if we can make contact with whatever was present.
This is not what I expected. That's what I'll say about that.
No,
This whole thing.
At the very least, do we leave it open for the demon board, or do we set it back up?
I say we leave it open.
We have to leave it open.
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
like that. We'll put the Ouija board here. We got candles with us. We'll light a couple candles.
Whatever that is, though, is majorly concerning.
Bro, but it feels evil. Is it just me?
No, it absolutely is.
Like, this doesn't feel good at all.
Clear.
All right, let's do it. Let's grab it.
Let's spin it 3 times.
Which way?
As always. 1, 2, 3. We know there's a presence down here. And we know that you called Scratch. We saw the scratches on the door. This is an easy way for you to communicate with us if you would like to. Can you move the planchette? You can move it to yes or no. You can spell out any words, numbers, anything you like.
Upstairs, you said you were never a physical presence here. If you're a spiritual presence, can you tell us how long you've been here?
Scratch, is there any possible way tonight that you're going to let us communicate with you in a peaceful manner?
Did you guys hear that? It was like a low moan or a voice or something.
Did you hear it? I didn't hear it. Ooh, that was
Don't
hard.
fuck with me.
Dude, I swear to God, I did not move that.
Don't fuck with me. I know for a fact that I didn't move the Ouija board, and I know these guys take this very seriously. So when they say that they didn't move it, I believe them. I definitely felt it move though. It was like a low moan or a voice or something.
Did you hear it? I didn't hear it. Ooh, that was
Don't
hard.
fuck with me.
Dude, I swear to God, I did not move that.
Don't fuck with me.
That was rough. That was like a jerk and then it stopped. Nothing now. Can you please continue moving this planchette?
This time it moved just an inch and stopped, almost as if whatever was trying to come through moved it briefly, then just disappeared.
You could talk through the Ovilus, you could talk through the Ouija board. Can you please move it again?
If your name is indeed Scratch.
You heard that, right? Yeah, there's creaking. Sorry, go ahead.
If your name is Scratch, do you go by another name? And can you spell it out for us?
So after a while of getting nothing on the Ouija board in the basement, we decided that one person was going to do a blind spirit box test in the attic. I don't really care who does it at this point, but I know that it's not going to be me.
After Casey's experience at the prison with the blind spirit box, me and Colton knew that it was going to be on one of us to conduct that test this time. And this time it ended up being me that was alone. The blind spirit box is just a way for us to completely tune out all of our senses so that all we can hear coming through is the spirit box, and we can really concentrate on that.
Are you the one that left the scratches on this door? One at a time.
Are you the one making it cold down in the basement?
Here.
Oh, dude, it stinks down here.
You smell that?
Yeah.
We started to get a really strong stench coming out of that hole in the wall, and it was like that rotten egg foul smell, which is known to be of a negative energy. That's something that would be more demonic over friendly.
Are you the one making it smell foul down here right now?
Probably. It's like that sulfur smell.
It's like dangerous.
It's like rotten eggs or like raw water, right?
Yeah, it's almost like sticky.
Yeah. A man coughing, choking.
Can you move any of the lasers?
In the room with Tanner right now.
We didn't know until after seeing the footage as to what Tanner's responses were.
Did it make you mad that we used the
Ouija board.
Instructions.
There's something buried in the rubble. I'm not going to touch it.
What's inside this hole?
Big.
For the spirit.
But when Casey asked about the remnants behind the wall, and Tanner's response was baby for the spirit, my stomach flipped over.
Look at this wall real quick. Something was put behind that too. Do you see that?
Dude.
This is all like fresh brick and like new cement. It's like a huge hole right there. Do you see that?
Yep, I can see it.
One last question before we come up. Is your body in these walls by chance?
Now you look.
Yeah, let's go stop Tanner. Let's see if you got anything.
All right, for sure.
I kept hearing the same voice come through over and over again, which struck me as strange because that pretty much just never happens.
What's something weird that I've never heard before on this is it sweeps, but it felt like something was trying to just dominate the entire time.
Oh, really?
And when stuff would come through, a lot of the time it was the same voice.
Oh.
Which
Yeah,
you never hear.
That's something, because I mean, it's going over different frequencies.
You never hear that. You always hear it in different random voices.
Was it a guy or a girl?
Guy.
Guy.
And it was deep, like a deep voice. And it would like all the frequencies of the entire thing would drop, and then I would hear a word. And then it would be like back to normal.
What do you guys think about doing like a little recap outside, like getting out of the house? Because like being in here is kind of like fucking with me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to sleep if we lay down right now. I need to get some air, anything, like just to be out of here for a second.
Maybe there's a fire pit out back. See if we can start up a fire. Just chill out for a minute and maybe
Sure.
talk about some shit. Let's recap what's going on here. Yeah, because my mind is racing. Like everything that's happening, I'm like, I need to slow down for a second.
Yeah.
You know?
For sure. That's all right.
Let's do it.
At this point, we're all a little bit stressed out, needed some fresh air, so we decided to set up static cameras and head out back and sit by the campfire.
It's hard to break through sometimes on stuff.
For sure. And we still have no explanation for that hole in the wall. What you
like
touched.
even out here, just like seeing the house back there.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel right.
It's definitely a very, very active place.
It's a negative energy too. Like it's not good.
Well, and it's no question.
And the next step is to try to sleep here, like with the static cameras. I don't see myself falling asleep in this place. I'm gonna try, and then finding that door with those claw marks on it.
Just clear too that it was like just like this.
It was a little bit nerve-wracking thinking that there were scratch marks outside of the house trying to get in, which means technically, if whatever it was outside the house, we weren't even safe sitting outside at that point. Well, the fact that those scratches were outside the house trying to get in, it could be out here.
It seems that all the scratches were on the outside of doors.
Yeah.
And
Besides the one room.
with the EMF detector.
Besides the attic room.
We didn't even tell him.
Huh. Which part?
You know how we pulled those bricks out and there was something like, we thought it was like something hidden there?
Yeah.
The opposite wall, there's like a whole section of bricks that are like new and plastered in.
Oh.
We noticed it while we were
there's
down
like
there.
a foot gap between the wall of the other room with like the weird
Like something is in there.
something's in the
Someone
wall.
like covered something in that wall.
For sure.
And I mean, I don't know if it was like new, but you could tell it was different from when the house was built. So maybe she has no idea. When we talk to her after this investigation is done, tell her to have someone come and bust that wall down.
Oh,
I
for
bet
sure.
there's something there.
For sure.
I bet you'll find something in that.
The
spot
circle we
right
did
there.
with the Ouija board too was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
There was a perfect circle that was just
On the
re-cemented in
floor.
the ground.
And there was like a hole in it.
Yeah, he like was picking through it.
Yeah, it was just like a
with his fingers.
thin layer of concrete over dirt.
I have a feeling that whatever's attached to this house is trapped here by something that's buried in the walls.
Yeah.
And that's fucking weird.
Or put here.
Yeah.
With that intention.
Yeah.
You know? Well, you know, it could be a subconscious
Maybe she
thing.
practices witchcraft. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, we don't know
We
her.
don't know her. We don't really know what the owner's attachment is to the entity in the house, but we do know that she's named it.
People do develop relationships with the entities in their homes.
Yeah.
That really happens.
Yeah.
And it's reciprocated. Like the entity may give her 0 issues, and then we show up and he's like, "You're not my mom."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that type of shit.
Like, what if she knows it's negative and she was telling us to come here not to figure it out, but like for it to toy with us or something? I thought to myself, what if she was just trying to like feed the spirit victims in a way What if she just wanted us to come there so that it could toy with us? I don't know. A lot of stuff was going through my head at that point in time.
Yeah, you know, that actually is sounding like a real possibility now.
Like, we're the next part of it?
I don't know. Like he said, we don't know her. Like,
yeah, we don't. You know, we get these emails all the time. We follow up with people, but like, if she has a weird relationship, if she does like witchcraft and shit like that, like, she might want us here so it can toy with us.
Like she's feeding us to him.
Yeah. Like we're being fed to it right now. Yeah, it's fun. So I said we go set up the static cameras in a few, and we'll just go in separate rooms, and I'm probably just gonna lay there with my eyes closed for a couple hours till the sun comes up, but I'll try to go to sleep.
Mhm.
I don't think it's happening.
Oh, look at that orb. I saw that orb. That was a clear. Look, another orb. That was fast, whatever that was. Oh Lord! Is it putting a warning? Are you hold on? This is where we take a little break. If they're putting a warning on this, it's about to get a little scary. So go ahead and use the restroom and do all that good stuff right now. Drink your water. Take a hit. I got to go buy medicine because I just ran out. But I'm not happy with the dispensary because they don't have the good medicine. I don't feel like they don't have any varieties. Like it's just crazy. Like I wish it had more variety. So I'm like trying to figure out what what I'm gonna do. They have a good prices on medicine. They do. So I'm trying to debate what are my options and what I want to do as far as like medicine wise. Cause they don't have good selection. I'm like dispensaries should have, if it's medical, they should have like a variety of medicines for patients, medical patients. And it seems like it's just the same stupid strands, and it's just not effective. It does like I'm gonna talk with them today, and maybe speak with the manager or something because I feel like they should have more varieties. They should have more like how come other dispensaries have better things than they do, and how come they can't get it? And it's from the same company. It's like how come we can't get that type of medicine over here and be able to buy and so forth. And like I want good strands of medicine. I just don't want like this like bullshit. And the fact that we have to pay all this money, it's like it makes me think, man, if I was to just grow, right? Or have someone grow for me and then just maintain it for me. Because it's not easy to do like the hydroponics. I have all the numbers, I have everything that what I need and so forth, and kind of know what to get. But you know, everything costs, and the chemicals are pretty pricey, and it's like, and then I can't really lift. I can't lift those. I can't do much of working on the plants and stuff. It's just very hard for me, and then to like trim it and then put it to dry and then wait all that time for it to cure. And then once it's done, then I can reap the fortunes of, of all that time to produce. I used to love it. I used to love like when it was like dry and ready to go. Oh my God, it was good medicine. So good medicine. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue. This is the last of the shows for today with the paranormal. After we're done with this, we're done with the show. And then I'll be back on later on this evening to watch a little bit more. You know, I think, hold on, do we have one more after this? Let me see. Okay, this was a long one. So this one, yeah, this one we can save it for tonight. So we'll wrap up with this one, and then let's go ahead and let's watch together. It's gonna be interesting. Three, two, one. Crazy.
After finally falling asleep, I was having very, very bad dreams, as I remember, and then I was suddenly awoken by the loudest bang.
Whoa. All of them woke up.
It literally sounded like a bomb went off. When I woke up, my heart was racing, and it made me feel even more uneasy to know that the guys heard it too.
It sounded almost like a wrecking ball was dropped onto the roof.
Whatever it was so loud that it made me jump out of bed. And then next thing I know, I hear the guys yelling.
Sometimes you wake up hearing a boom and you don't know whether or not it was a dream or reality, but hearing them confirming that they heard it as well, it definitely let me know that whatever I heard was real.
Yeah, I mean, that was right outside my door, like my patio door. That was like on the inside, right? Yeah, it sounded like it was like literally like right above and outside this patio door.
Like it was up on the roof or what?
After telling the guys it sounded like it was right above my room, we all went outside, and I did so very apprehensively.
Dude, is there a light out here? Well,
We got flashes.
Dude, that sounded like that sounded like a bomb went off, didn't it? That was like on the roof?
it had to have been. It was like above. It was almost like right here. Like I heard it just boom.
Yeah.
There's a light up there on.
I don't know, dude. That was fucking weird, bro. I'm gonna sleep downstairs. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's some weird noises out here.
For sure.
Hold on.
Covered in spiderwebs.
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah. Hold on.
Thanks.
I don't see shit in the yard.
Oh man.
There's a light up there.
Something.
Yeah, you heard that, right?
Scratching shit?
Yeah. I could hear something running around on the roof, but even while I was aiming the flashlight up at the roof, I couldn't see what it was that was making that noise. And then I noticed the window open. It's like there's something running around up here.
Dude, it was like a fucking, like a claw. Like just.
Oh shit, the window is open.
What's up with that?
Dude.
That was not like that. Dude, something opened that fucking window. 100% while we were out here.
That opens from the inside.
Wow.
I don't see shit in the yard.
Oh man. Hey, wait.
Something.
Yeah, you heard that, right?
Scratching shit?
Yeah. It's like there's something running around up here.
Dude, it was like a fucking, like a claw. Like just.
Hold on. What's up with that?
Dude.
That was not like that. Dude, something opened that fucking window. 100% while we were out here.
That opens from the inside.
Well,
I don't know what the fuck is going on out here, dude.
let's go back in. That's the attic, right?
That's crazy.
Oh, fuck.
Whoa, look at the
When I saw
screen.
the screen at the bottom of the steps, it immediately crossed my mind that whatever this was coming in, not going out.
What the hell? That's the screen. Holy shit. The screen was on the bottom of the stairs, bro.
Yeah.
How, dude? Look at that.
Don't fucking walk up those stairs again. Hold that fucking banister.
There. Yeah. I mean, I guess, right?
Yeah, they're gonna go up.
Hello?
Yeah, look at the window.
Hello?
Why is that room looks like that?
Hello?
You know, why would you put a chair just in the middle? Like, if you're a homeowner and that's your home, would you put a chair just in the middle?
Oh, dude. You can't do that right now.
I have a fucking.
Scare the fuck out of me. Hey, Cole. Did you turn this on before we came down? No. This was off when we went to bed, right?
Yeah.
There was also a light on upstairs.
Yeah, the light
when we went
was-
to check the attic, and I know for a fact that we turned that off before we went to bed. And unfortunately, this was one of the only rooms without a static camera in it, and I felt like we were just kind of being toyed with at this point.
Yeah, wasn't me. I don't feel good about staying. That's for damn sure.
I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
Let's just go. Let's go. Yeah, I'm down. Are we three votes?
Where are we gonna go?
We can go grab hotels. I don't want to be here any longer.
We were all done with that place. I was ready to get the fuck out of there. I felt like whatever we captured was plenty proof of paranormal activity there.
Yeah, I agree.
Shh. What's up?
Is it raining?
Oh, I hear that shit too. When we started to head down, the guys suddenly heard water running.
Is it raining?
It's like water running. It's a shower. No.
Water upstairs, I'm not sure how, but somehow the shower got turned on and the water was very hot. And I mean, so hot that when we found it, there was steam coming out of the room.
What the fuck? You can hear that shit. Yeah.
Wow. There's a lot of energy in that house.
Holy shit.
That little butterfly.
I don't know, bro.
How the fuck do you explain that?
I explain it like we get our shit and leave. That's how I explain it.
That's crazy.
Fucking hot too. Oh, it's all steamed up. Wow. Yeah, it's like fucking scalding hot. You can see the steam. At this point, everybody was done. Everybody just wanted to get out of this place. There was way too much evil and dark activity happening here that none of us felt safe anymore.
Yeah, getting the fuck out of there. Yeah, the energy it feels negative too.
Just pack this shit up. Like, don't even.
And on our way out the front door, the thought crossed my mind, this is the moment that people want to see. We got to stay for like 1 or 2 more tests, because now we know for a fact there's a ton of activity happening here and we can't just bail. I know you're really not going to like this, but I'm just having one of those moments where it's like every time we start getting crazy activity, we always dip. And that's one of the biggest complaints that we have. Do you want to just do like one last like spirit box, just like static and everything? We don't got to go blind. We don't got to do all that crazy shit, but like maybe we just set it up, just run it for like 5 minutes, one last time to communicate, and then we peel. Why? For the viewer's sake. You know what I'm saying? Just like one last spirit box session, see if we get anything. What do you think?
What do I think?
Yes.
I just want to get the fuck out of here ASAP, dude.
I do too. But
I mean, we can run it, but if we're gonna do it, no bullshit. Like we got to do it.
No, let's do it quick. Let's do like right here, right by the front door. We don't even have to go like deep in the house. Let's do it like right here in this living room.
Leave the fucking lights on.
Turn the static box on. Yeah, we'll leave the lights on. Let's just grab it. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's do it real quick.
Yes.
And let's go. All right, come on, real quick, and we'll go.
Let's run it. Do you want me to keep rolling then?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just popped on.
Just go in there and we'll be fine.
All right. I'll go with that.
You're scared. They're scared.
What did it say?
We know you're here. We're leaving right now. This is the last chance you have to say anything. Tell us something clear. Either don't or I won't or something. We heard you. Do it. Talk. By the temperature. Can you move the temperature? If we get some temperature spikes, that'd be awesome. See how this little light is in the middle at 0? You can move it up +1. You can move it -1.
All right, Connor.
Yeah, man, I'm just like zoned out on this thing. It's not a surprise point, dude. Yep. I did it.
I did it. What you said, I did it clear.
I know, you asked it to.
Can you do it again?
Asked him to.
Can you do it again?
Yep. Yeah, he can.
Goosebumps all over.
That's just laughing. Like that just sounds like it's laughing.
What? Speak more clearly, please. Let's go. What do you think?
One more second.
It's going. Yeah, it's going. It's like
It's already gone up too.
yeah,
That's like a common theme, like the heat,
yeah.
hot. Scratch, you have another minute. I'll look at the time on here. You have 1 minute.
It's trying.
It is trying. It's moving it again. And there's that weird laughing. Dude, I've heard that weird laughter in multiple locations when there's like heavy activity.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good.
Solid 3.
Yeah. Dude, can you see my arm right now? Can you see this?
Goosebumps.
Can you see the goosebumps? Yeah, like my whole fucking body is goosebumps right now.
Come on, Scratch.
do you want? Just tell us what you want, and we'll leave. We'll leave right now. Give me something. Blood?
Listen, he said listen.
Did he?
He said blood or listen?
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
getting
bitch.
fucking dizzy, man.
I think we should go. It's been a minute. It just said bitch. It keeps getting hotter. I'm ready.
Yeah, no, for real.
I think we have enough. I think we have plenty. We don't need to stay here for another 5-10 minutes. We got tons of shit already here. Are you guys cool? The temperature?
Just went straight from 3 to 4. No hesitation this time.
Let's go. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
So do I think that this place is haunted? I think that there's something evil lurking there. I don't think that this is just a regular haunting. I feel like this is more of a poltergeist type of entity, whatever it is that's dwelling there.
I feel like everything that went on at the time was affecting me immensely. Like in my dreams, my mood, obviously the sounds that were occurring above me, all of the devices going off that we had contact on literally every single thing.
We captured it pretty clearly on multiple devices throughout the entire night. The scratching noises, the activity on the prism, the shower, unexplainable.
Something there was definitely trying to make itself be known and let us know that it was there. It was a very scary night for all of us. And I think that towards the end, we all just wanted to get out of there. It was one of those places where we didn't feel safe anymore.
When you think about it, I really do think it's pretty likely that this was some sort of setup. I think the owner was well aware of what was going on there.
The history behind the house, the owner naming the entity there, the scratches all around the house, the foul smell,
the hole in the wall. That's very possible that someone put that there in a dark ritual of some sort to maintain contact with whatever negative entity that they had summoned there.
It definitely felt as if we were being put in a bad spot, and she knew it.
This is definitely a highly active location, and I would say that this is more than haunted.
She didn't like really specify if it was like haunted. Like she said, the spirit name was Scratch. She named it Scratch, but that activity in that home is super paranormal, like to the highest level. There, you have the spirit able to pop open the window and push the shade, like the screen, in to fall all the way down to the where the door opening. Like you open the door and the screen is just like right there, standing up too. And then the light was on because that light was off, and I noticed the light turned on, and just a lot of like the shower turning on. That's crazy. I'm like, bitch, how about my water bill, motherfucker? Like, you know what I mean? The spirits are fucking dicks. They're like, yo, how about my water bill? Like, and then my light bill too, motherfucker. Are this ghost going to contribute to these bills? Because hell to the fuck no. I will exercise that house, and I tell the motherfuckers you need to pay up front the light bill and the water bill if you're gonna be fucking around and turning shit on like that. Hell to the fuck no. But with that said, it was a great show. Wake and bake. I'm already done. It's early afternoon. I'll be back on this evening to recap the day's news, see what happens during the day, and we'll see what's up later. Just have a good morning, a good afternoon, and a good night wherever you're at. And I'll catch you on the flip side. And I'll be back on this evening to, like I said, recap the news. And we'll see how the day goes. Just watch your backs, pay attention to your surroundings. Like I said from previous, the next 2 weeks is going to be very hyped energy, and things are going to happen. And it might get scary. Okay, so with that said, Have a good day. See y'all later. Peace.